What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another live stream. Oh no, my camera is all messed up. Hold up. Oh god. I almost broke the wall. The wall that you're not supposed to know even exists. It's like the Matrix. Hello, my name is Loco, by the way. It's me. Hello. How are y'all doing, gamers? Welcome back again to another live stream. I did something yesterday that is unspeakable. I don't even know if it's allowed. I painted off stream. Yeah, I did. Don't tell anybody. I painted a little bit off stream. I was not feeling too great. I was like, you know what we do? We gotta do a little bit of painting. That'll make me feel a bit better. I know. But I added some boils to the armor. How beautiful is that? We got some nice pus going out of those legs. And I also painted the entirety of the head. I may have to do some final finishing touches. I had to go to the hospital again because of my ears. It's a bit of a meme. Long story short, I have to get another MRI scan. I may have to get another operation. I got some antibiotics. It's a whole fun time. Anyway, I managed to get the head done to a reasonable standard. I just need to paint in a little tiny section for the lower eyelid. Nah, hopefully it won't be too bad. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Same ear or other side? Both actually. How nice is that, Jojo? My left ear is properly messed up. And my right ear has an infection right now, which is the one I got operated on a couple, actually, like 11 months ago at this point. Fun times. Very fun times. But you know what? It is what it is. And how are we gonna change it? I do not yet know. But hopefully it won't be too bad. So I was originally planning on streaming a little bit yesterday, but then I realized, you know what? Nah. We'll do a little bit of relaxing off stream. Probably a better idea. Anyways, I'm very pleased with how this guy is coming along so far. We have a bunch of little details obviously yet to do. I can maybe try and see if we can finish like the majority of the front actually. We kind of got to decide and pick our little section here that we want to paint. There's these cables at the very front. I could probably paint those. Now that the chains are all dried up, it looks dope, right? The chainmail? Yeah, I think it turned out pretty cool. I think all the metallics actually look pretty good on this one. Pretty pleased with it. Yeah, let's do the tubes over at the top of the chest. So right underneath where the head is going to be, there's a bunch of tubes hanging out. We can definitely paint those. So I think we'll start with a little bit of black. Just to base coat them. Yeah, I think overall this mini is turning out really nice. I meant for this to be a bit of a messier paint job, but you know, then we started and I realized, you know what? Maybe we just try and do a good job instead. Crazy concept, really. Okay, so apparently this thing extends all the way in the back over there. So I'll try and do a base coat over the cables in its entirety, I guess. But they extend pretty far back. I didn't realize they extended all the way back there. Definitely will need a smaller brush for that in a moment, but let's try and be careful. It's a difficult... It's not entirely clear where everything goes. Yeah, but my ears have been a meme for a very long time, sadly. And they will probably remain such a thing. They probably will remain a meme. Bad RNG, guys. Too much randomization pressing on the character creation screen, sadly. I'd be happy though if I don't have to get another operation, because they're a bit annoying. Can't recommend. Although they aren't the end of the world, it is definitely not my favorite time. I don't even remember how many operations I've had on my ears, dude. It's kind of funny, like I've lost track. I think it's been like 6 or 7. It's been a bunch. Anyway. We also got to do a lot of metallic details over there. And actually, I got to put up little tiny highlights as well of the brightest green on all of the little studs on the armor. There's lots of little upwards facing sections on the armor that I have yet to highlight, I guess. I wasn't sure if those were going to be metallic. I could make them metallic, but I think I'm just going to keep them pretty green. Should be okay. Besides painting, I'm going to be doing some casts today. Some StarCraft casts it is. So I'm going to be doing a couple series from the GSL Codes. And then I saw that Scarlet apparently signed up for one of the weekly tournaments on Monday. And I got the replays for those games too, so we'll go ahead and have a look. And then I also want to begin my Orc practice in 1 versus 1 in Warcraft 3. I've not played Orc. We should probably check out how they function. You know what? Maybe I'll love them. I don't know. We will see. What's going on, foe? Good morning. Afternoon for me, but I'll call it morning for you. Switching to a slightly smaller brush here. Hey, Arcturus, what's up?
Testing, testing. You should hear this in your left ear. Now you should hear this in your right ear.
It worked. It worked. We got the job done, Arcturus. Thank you so much. Welcome back. First sub of the day. Pog. Yeah, my ears are just a bit of a meme. It's annoying, but you know. Actually, was it a second? Oh, Maskcaller gave a sub to Rocco Girl an hour ago off stream. Massive. To be fair, that one was off stream, so I didn't even see. I wasn't even here for it. You guys are donating money while I'm not here? Gamers. I'm gonna become the richest man while I'm asleep. I don't know if Maskcaller is still here, but do appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think I had the chat open. I didn't see it at the very least. I was at the gym. Try to not splotch it. Got a little bit onto the green outline there, but we can fix that. with some green. Loco only comes to the chat early to delete commands. I mean, that's not the only reason, but I do regularly come in to delete commands, yes. What's good on Vinzi? Yeah, a little bit of painting early on in the stream. It is always a lot of fun, man. I really love mini painting. Okay. Had to hold my breath there in order to put a line down. Let me fix my fuck up immediately. With a little bit of that original base color green. Well, this is a Death Guard miniature. Death Guard green would be appropriate. Also, I gotta not forget about my coffee. Last painting session I did on stream, dude, I forgot drinking my coffee. That is not allowed. It's one of the saddest things that can happen. Everybody cried. Well, not me, of course, because I'm very cool, but everybody in the chat cried. Like you guys were crying. As long as you don't drink the non-oil. But it's my favorite flavor. I love the flavor of acrylic paints, Mr. Shine. Come on, man. That's gonna take a couple of coats. Can you guys help me dry it faster? Please blow at your monitors. We gotta help dry this stuff. Black always has insane coverage. So for the rest of the metallic details on this like chest area, and then some of the other metallic details all around the mini, I gotta decide what color I use. I guess we'll do some more of this. So this is the same color that we use as a base coat for the chainmail. It's a shiny color though. Yeah, I will, Arcturus. I've already written down all the details. It's a very nice video actually. I watched that yesterday off stream. The one with the Farseer Headhunter, right? The I go straight across the map and fuck with my opponent one. No, yeah, I saw he had 2 videos up with like recent videos or recent strategies that are good, but I think I should probably just go for the easy variant of it. He had a difficult, like an advanced variant and an easy variant. Considering I've never played Orc before, really. I've done like 2 placement matches and that's it. I think I should go in with the easy one. Yeah, but Farseer has also played a lot at the pro level, right? So we should be okay. Let's pick out some of the... some of the metallic details. That's supposed to be a metallic detail. That's supposed to be a metallic detail. We'll obviously shade this down because this is way too bright. That's supposed to be a metallic detail. Using an older brush for this, by the way. Because I don't want to mess up my nice brushes with these metallic paints. This brush I've had for the longest time, actually. This brush is pretty old. I recognize it because I have successfully rubbed off all of the paint. This is usually where the name of the brush, I don't know why. It's insane friction, dude. I hold my brush, dude. You have no clue. What's going on, Osva? I am the Lord of the Nerds. Well said, well said. Yes, my lord? Off I go, then. We got some metallic details to pick out today, Osva. There's also still the entirety of the backpack, though. Oh, I've spilled a little bit onto the black. And then all of the little guys. There's 2 little guys all over this mini that I do want to make sure we paint as well. And then the horn over here on the back, yeah, we still have a bunch of shit to do. After finishing church, I got some motivation to continue your Visig project. Ooh, nice. Church on a Thursday? Dedication, dude. Visig Scour is such a cool miniature. One of the best. Oh, you painted the church. I see. Look, I'm thinking about getting into painting, not really interested into playing, just like the designs and the lore. What are some good ones that you think are good ones to paint for beginners? There's a lot of these beginner sets that are generally considered to be best value. So for example, you will get like, I don't know, I got like one with a bunch of Space Marines and then a couple of Tyranids. And a few paints included, and then a really garbage brush. The brush that was included in that set was really bad. Those generally are quite good value. Now, if you do end up getting something like that, please note that that is by far the most value you're ever gonna get out of a Games Workshop box. The starter sets give you pretty good bang for buck. Everything else that is not a starter set is way more pricey than the starting sets. That being said, honestly, maybe this is a boring bit of advice, but if there is something that you look at and you're like, fuck, that's cool. I think that's a good starting minion. Maybe don't go for like a really big one, like a very expensive and intimidating one right away, but something that excites you to paint is probably the way to go. I think it's very useful to look up somebody painting a miniature on YouTube. If that's your way of learning at the very least, or if you have a certain like level of painting in mind, like something you would like to achieve or whatever. There's a lot of really good painting tutorials up on YouTube. And they will usually tell you what paints they use and how to use them reasonably well. Can be a bit demoralizing because obviously the guys that do painting tutorials are also very good at painting. But I think that's a pretty good way to get started. You really like Necrons, so you were thinking about going one of those? Yeah, dude. No, I highly recommend, like so I don't know if there's like a Necron starting set, but if you think, shit, Necrons are awesome, you should go with one of those. They do have some, Necrons also don't require a ton of paints, I don't think. Most of them are just mostly metal. I really like the videos of the War Hipster. I don't really know exactly how he paints Necron warriors, but I'm sure he's got videos on them because he paints a shit ton. I think the War Hipster on YouTube is worth checking out. He uses mostly contrast paints, which are pretty beginner friendly, I think. Ultimately though, your first minis will probably turn out less great than you hoped. Because painting is definitely a skill that takes a little bit of time. Or maybe you're a fucking god, I don't know. Dude, it's very funny. Like sometimes you see people on Reddit post like, this is my first miniature, and it's very clear that it's not their first miniature. Like some of them are just way too good for a first miniature. And then you have guys that post their first miniature and you're like, yep, that looks like a first miniature, all right? With regular acrylic paints, by far the most commonly made mistake is to not thin the paints enough. Thinning paints is kind of tricky though. There's not like one way of doing it, but it is, you do see people like gooping up, like just straight out of the pot, thick layers of paint. I painted one Necron in my life. I have one Necron that I painted. It is right over here. I think this is a hell of a mini. I think this mini is really nice. Like the model, I mean. My paint job could be better. But I love the cloak. I think the cloak on the Necrons, like some of them have a cloak kind of like this. These are very cool. The weapon though, like if you zoom in, like some of it is a bit messy. I think I could do a better job now, but these are neat. What else needs to be metallic, guys? Let's see. These cables running around the arms apparently need to be metallic. Gotta be a little careful here because I don't want it onto the actual power fist if I can at all avoid it. What's the biggest model I have painted? Definitely the Glotkin. The Glotkin actually is a miniature kind of similar to this one, in the sense that it's also Nurgle infested. Maybe it's kind of nice to see the scale difference. So here's the mini I'm painting right now. Here's... It doesn't even fit in the freaking frame. This mini is so fucking big. It's not very mini anymore. So I don't really know the story too well of these guys, but apparently this is a... I think they're triplets, and all of them, like there's two guys on his back. All of them got blessed by Papa Nurgle. And one of them is a little bit larger than the others. No, they're not merged. I think the others are just right on his back. So he's got like a very large flat back. And they just kind of stand on there. Those are kind of large, yeah. I like the big models, but it does take a long time to finish generally, you know? So like you have to look at the same thing for a while. Very tempting to go to another project. Maybe for the next one though, I will go once more for a large miniature. I have a few unpainted large minis that I really want to paint. I just can't make up my mind which one I should go with. Maybe I should let Chet decide. Or is that too much power? That might be too much power, dude. I also have a few unfinished models right in front of me that I may also want to finish first. You're having a really productive day today? Hey, you love to hear it, Arcturus. I love it whenever people tell me they have a productive day in Twitch chat. That's when you know we're at the peak of productivity. Fun fact, everybody watching right now, locked into work. 0 distractions. I have not played Dawn of War 1. No, I have not played any Dawn of War as far as I remember. This little part over here also needs to be metallic. I've also had a pretty productive day. Thank you, Zepion. Today you did absolutely nothing at work. Nobody wanted anything, so you had nothing to do. You're slacking off work. Watching Loco. Very nice. I woke up this morning. I fed my cats. Very important. And I edited a bunch of YouTube videos. Specifically about 5 shorts. I've already got quite a few videos actually ahead of time. I got some trips coming up over the next few months, it seems. So I've been working to try and get a couple videos up already, and I think I have like a week, maybe a week and a half or so of content ready to go, which is pretty nice. Always feels good. And I also got some shorts now. Migetsu made some shorts some time ago, and I picked and chose a couple of them to upload. I added subtitles to them and edited them down a little bit. But those turned out pretty fun, I think, so I'll be posting those up to the YouTubes over the next couple of, probably next couple of weeks actually. I'm posting a few less now than I used to. Mostly just because the second channel is also taking a bunch of time. But yeah, making little bits of progress here and there. Reading chat while edge highlighting is a superpower? No, I'm not. I'm not reading chat while I'm edging. Well, of course I'm also edging, but okay. Of course. Doesn't need to be said. You wrote new code that works perfectly. Assembled furniture. Yo. You have furniture delivered that needed to be assembled? Oh, we made a decision on a new fridge, guys. Very exciting. Our fridge is not very good at fridging anymore. Apparently it's like 17 years old And that means repairing it will be not worthwhile. So you have to get a new fridge. Now, of course, naturally, with the way that kitchens work in the Netherlands, most people have like a built-in fridge. So you have to like get very specific measurements. And obviously that only means that a few of them, like that means that a lot of brands don't necessarily make that specific size. Anyway, how much can a fridge cost, chat? It keeps shit cool for a reasonably small amount of, you know, electricity used. How much can it cost? Can't be that expensive, can it? Can you overclock the fridge? I don't think so. I haven't asked. I don't really need it to be overclocked though, dude. I just need it to be keeping things cool. Is it a thing in the Netherlands that you take your kitchen with you when you move? What? You take your kitchen with you when you move? Ooh, I don't know yet, Pepper. They're coming over next week to install it. They just came to measure a bunch of stuff, and we got sent a bunch of different options. No, we can't have an ice dispenser, and it's not like, you know, sadly not room for like a very large one. One of those American style fridges are pretty cool, but doesn't really fit. There's a little cable here at the bottom of his foot, yeah. Well, our current fridge is leaking water, which is not great. It's still keeping things cool, but it kind of feels like it's the beginning of the end, you know what I mean? And I feel like you probably need to replace your fridge before the old one is properly broken, because that overcomplicates life quite a bit. No, we need like one of those like fridge freezer unit thingamajigs. In some parts of Germany, they take out the whole kitchen when they move? What? Isn't that like... That sounds insane to me. Maybe for like renting? There's no way that's the case for buying, right? Am I crazy? People take their fridge with them when they move? I mean, to be fair, this fridge is gonna outlast, I think, how long we will be living here. I've never heard of anyone, though, selling a place without the kitchen included. Like, that seems kind of nutty. Yeah, maybe it's possible. So for our fridge, it's like built into the kitchen, you know? So we can't really... It would be a real dick move to... What about like floors and stuff? I mean, technically those can also be moved over. You need to be rich like Loco to not take the fridge when moving out. Generally, the way it works in the Netherlands is that that sort of cost is included in the buying price, right? Like, the house comes with a bathroom as well as a toilet. Most folks will pay for that, included in the price. It'd be very inconvenient otherwise. I don't generally pack up my toilet bowl, no. Although, dude, I watched a video recently, Echo, from the producer Michael YouTube channel. He has a lot of money, okay? And he was talking about how he recently, and he said this something along the lines of, I have replaced all my toilets. I was like, oh God, replacing all your toilets? How many do you have? Anyway, He mentioned that he had replaced all of his toilets with this like new fancy thing that's like $6,000 a toilet. And apparently what it does is that it like recognizes when you're close by, so it will open the thingy when you walk in front of it. It will quickly heat the seat. It will play music for you. And apparently you don't even have to flush because it will weigh the contents and then decide how much water it needs to use. And obviously it has like the whole like, you know, water spray thingamajig built in. Apparently it like blow dries your ass afterwards as well. Dude, it sounds fucking glorious. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel like this is one of those things where if you're used to it, you can never go back. It's like the South Park episode. Exactly. Maybe that type of toilet you take with you. So apparently, he said the only problem he's run into with that toilet so far is that you get so used to it automatically flushing when you walk away that you forget flushing when you're somewhere else. How fucking insane is that? That is a proper first world problem. I wish I had that issue. I kind of want one, I'm not gonna lie. You use one of those in China and one in South Korea. It had so many functions that it takes weeks to get used to. No, so like he actually showed it off in the video. It was like complete minimalism. There was nothing, like there was nothing. You just sit down and then that's like you just walk away. You sit down, you walk into the room, you sit down, you walk away. That's it. There is nothing else. There's no like remote or anything like it as far as I could tell. I have seen those in like some Asian countries, right? Where it's quite common. They have them as well in Saudi Arabia and stuff. The fancy ones with like text I can't read. But these were actually clean. Loco, you're rich, you can get one? Oh yeah, totally. I'm doing okay financially, Chet, but I'm not quite at a point where I can go around and spend, you know, what will probably be like 10 grand or something on toilets. That is a little excessive. I don't even need to replace, like we have 2 toilets. I don't need to replace both, dude. But just one, you know, that'd be sick. People break into your house and they steal your fucking toilet bowl. It's like, no! Try and call the insurance company, dude. They stole my toilet and they're like, okay, how much can it be? Got him. Japan is crazy from this point of view. On our honeymoon, we stayed in a little house that had some of those crazy fancy toilets, but in the same city, the communal toilet in the park was still one of those squatting things. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Squatting toilets in 2025 is... Maybe it takes pictures and sends it to the cloud so you can see your collection? Dude, maybe this is like a proper health benefit, Lihava. I know you're joking, but... Maybe, you know, you can get some poop analysis or some shit, I don't know. What if it's pink? Or blue? It's not good. That is not good. But anyways, I need a new freezer and a fridge. But apparently about this time next week, assuming the installation actually works out that time, we're gonna be ready. Okay. These are a bit tricky to paint. Okay. I think I'll wash those with a shade paint so we can get a little bit as well on the sides. Because it's a bit tricky to paint the sides properly here. I'll try and do the parts though that I can see. I may have to go back and get some of the green cleanup crew out though at this point. Don't want to accidentally hit any of the parts I've already painted, so I think we'll leave it at that. Looks pretty good. You're finally done with your 6 days of 14-hour support? Let's go. Only 14-hour days? Dang, dude, I thought you were dedicated. Only 14-hour days, huh? No, that sounds like a little too much, man. That sounds like a little too many hours. You had a 2-hour commute? Oh, fun! Do you sleep at all or not? What's the point of sleeping? I didn't mean for me to like spend all of today's painting session picking out silver details, but I guess we're kind of going now, huh? Apparently this is what we're doing now. Fair enough. Do I want to pick out all the silver details here too on the gunner? On the bolter? Guess we may as well. Do I plan to paint terrain in the future? Yeah, I don't really have anything fancy on the base for this particular one. But I'm thinking I'm just gonna add like some good old texture paste and stuff. Nothing all too fancy for this one. I'm not sure about doing actual terrain pieces. Mostly because I don't play the actual game, but maybe they're nice to have on the shelf. I don't know. I feel like if it's included with a set of like minis I buy at some point, I may paint the terrain, but I don't think I'm gonna go out of my way buying terrain. Because I think it's mostly used for the tabletop, right? Wiggle the barrel. This feels weirdly inappropriate. Let me just stuff my brush straight into that barrel. Nothing quite like it. You can use coffee grounds for basing. People do all kinds of weird stuff. I would definitely dry the coffee grounds though if you're gonna do it. Look, I want to get into painting. Do you spray them with primer before you paint? Yes. I use mostly airbrush prime. I use this for this particular mini, which is a just a straight black primer. You can get a rattle can primer as well though. Does work. Yeah, people are pretty creative in the mini painting world. Reusing all kinds of like day-to-day, like household items for cool things, especially for basing, but also for like a plinth. A lot of people have like a plinth for their minis, and you can get like, I don't know, pipes from the hardware store for that sort of thing. I've seen people use like Pringles cans, and they stuff them with something to make sure that they're kind of firm. You can do all kinds of things. It's kind of fun, honestly, seeing how creative people are. Yeah, it does seem like the general rule though, if you want to pick anything on the base and you want to like make sure, like if you have like some sort of house or like garden object or whatever, like say you want to put like sand on your base or I don't know, twigs or leaves or whatever, you do have to bake them in the oven at a low temperature, because otherwise you might get mold, which maybe if you're painting Nurgle, it's not the end of the world, but having mold onto your minis is suboptimal. On this mini, I mean, it would be kind of gross. There's a lot of dedicated hobby tools out there too, though. All of this is kind of cool. What is this? Last stream I made a meme for you, Loco, and I dared to post it today. Oh, God. This was me last stream. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Thinking about playing an RTS? Actually playing an RTS. It's rough. You finally got your first Warhammer 40K mini? Yo, you got the Kill Team starter set. Came with the Space Marines and the Death Guard. Let's go, to make me. That's very hype. What's going on, Dylan? Welcome, Raiders. Hope you guys had a good stream. I wasn't planning on doing this today on my stream, but apparently I am picking out all of the silver details on this particular miniature. Wasn't really the original plan, but yet here we are. Turns out there's a lot of little silver details all over this guy. I think all of this... No, I'll do this later, because I want to base coat the bolter, I think in like a black. I would have to be very precise if I... No, we'll base coat those silver details when we actually do the gun properly. Hey, thank you, Dylan. Hope you had a good stream. Nice to see you streaming so frequently again, dude. Hope your project is going well. You picked out a few gems on your mini? Nice. Did you use any metallic paints on your Golden Demon entry? I feel like you will be done with the model before you painted all the gems. Well, I've been painting quite a few hours. But yeah, very likely. I may even finish another miniature before you finish your project. I painted some of the head yesterday. I still have to work on some of the little details. I tried to get like a zombie looking face. It's all a little shaky though. I may have to like shade it up a little bit, but I don't know. I think it kind of makes sense to have a bit of a zombie looking face. Although he's looking very dead. But I mean, it's a death guard. Maybe he should be looking kind of dead. I don't know. We'll think about it. I'm trying to stop smoking. Aloka puts this green thing on the screen. This is making you want to smoke? Really, Fo? I see you're having a tough day. Hang in there, dude. Hang in there, dude. He kind of looks like one of those warning pictures on the cigarette boxes. I'll be the corrupted lungs. At least I'll try to be. Honestly, I wanted to buy the Grey Knights because of them, and the Death Watch are your favorite. Are the Grey Knights the fully metallic dudes? I think they are, right? Or is that like, no, they're the ones with the unpainted armor. You don't really hear too much about them in the lore, am I crazy? I don't know, maybe. Any more silver details? Ah, the little clips over here at the top. Do you feel like these, I don't know, I feel like these little clips on the back of the backpack, trusting your bolter to stay on them is ambitious. These do not seem secure. Kind of like though how he's hanging his bolter off of his backpack. That's kind of fun. As a beginner, do I have to buy those painting stands? Oh no, absolutely not. Painting stands are just whatever. Although it is kind of nice to hold on to something while you're painting it. I'm a big fan of cork. So like for example, if you, I'm not suggesting you pick up alcoholism as a side hobby, but cork is very nice for painting miniatures. Like a little side quest, you know? Step 1, paint miniatures. Step 2, become an alcoholist. I don't know. Yeah, you can just do whatever. Like if you have some like any of that stuff you use to hang posters up on a wall, like any of that like blue tack type of thing, where you like stick it on top of a bottle, or you can do whatever. Stick that at the bottom of the mini. Stick it up to, for example, a painting pot. That's quite common, where people have like, I don't know, a little painting pot and they stick it on. You can do lots of things. The main reason why a lot of folks don't like to hold the mini directly is because your hands can actually just rub off the paint. Seems to be mostly dependent on person to person though. Apparently a lot of folks don't have particularly acidic hands. I don't know. My hands apparently are, because I rub paint off all the time if I'm not careful. You think those are metallic wires at the bottom? Which ones? Yeah, it's difficult. I think these parts definitely need to be metallic. I've never rubbed paint off, but the grease can still make it hard to get acrylic paint sticking to the model. Dang, are you flexing right now? That you never rub paint off of your model with your bare hands? Honestly, a flex. I've rubbed edge highlights off of my minis several times. It's not my favorite thing to do. Then again, I love edging, so it's not that big of a deal either. Get your sweaty claws onto the miniature. That's the reason why you see a lot of mini painters out there that wear gloves. Maybe they feel more like surgeons or something, I don't know. I do think working with a wet palette though is worth looking up. Like if you're starting up, you don't really need a wet palette, you can DIY one at home. Pretty easy. But I do think it's worth looking up how to make a wet palette at home or how to use one. Because otherwise your paint is gonna just dry very rapidly, which is just annoying. We'll do the front in a sec. A wet palette. I have one of those ones that I did buy, but you don't really need it. Basically the way it works, let me zoom out. Basically the way it works is that it's basically just a little container with like a sponge underneath. And then on top of that is like a piece of, like a lot of people use like what do you call it? Like a baking sheet that you use for like baking shit in the oven. Parchment paper, that's it. And basically it helps keep the paint at least reasonably moist while you're painting. Because if you put this on like a regular, you know, like if you are familiar with like any oil painting, for example, you can just put it on a dry palette because oil takes forever to dry. Oil paintings in general can take weeks, up to like a month to fully set, so it's not really a problem. But with mini painting, you kind of run into the issue that acrylic paints dry up pretty rapidly. Anyways, that is worth looking into. You can DIY one at home though with stuff that you probably already have in your kitchen. You can also get one on Amazon for like 20 bucks. Yeah, I don't think you want to start painting miniatures with oil paints though, but you can do whatever you like. You can do whatever the fuck you like, chat. Sorry. That seemed necessary at the time. If you paint with oil paints, no, don't lick your brush when you use oil paint. No brush licking. Don't lick your oil paint. No, it's a bad idea. You started with oil paints? Dang, I knew you were cooler than us. No wonder you have that dial-in daddy emoji. The forbidden lick? No! Don't eat your fucking oil paints, chat. It's a bad idea. Until Games Workshop made acrylics popular, oil painting minis was the standard? Really? Huh, I didn't know that. There are definitely advantages to oil paint, but acrylics are very nice though. Do you prefer licking cadmium or cobalt? Don't eat metallics, chat. Just don't eat any of that stuff. Although I did say you can do whatever the fuck you like. I don't recommend it, okay? You don't have oil paints? Only oh, you don't have fucking oil paints? You have regular ones? Lame. Yeah, I haven't used oil paints for miniature painting, although I do have some oil paints. But I'm sure there's a big quality difference in oil paints too. I can imagine though, if you buy a tube of oil paint, it will last you for an extremely long time with miniature painting. You can probably sniff your oil paints. I doubt that that is harmful, but I don't know. I'm assuming though modern oil paint is also very different than what people used back in the day, but maybe not, I don't know. No, metallics that they put in oil paints are definitely not healthy for you. Honestly, you should probably never lick a brush anyways. I lick my brush all the time though, but don't, you know, you probably don't want to do it. I would not lick my brush with oil paints. No. Do as I say, not as I do. What is the worst injury I got from miniature hobbies? Ooh. I don't know, dude. I think most of the damage is mental, you know, because you think, oh, I'm doing a pretty good job, and then you look up what actual good painters can do on the internet, and you realize, nope, I'm garbage. Mental damage, does that count? No, I'm just joking. You do have to be careful with that sort of thing, though, because some folks get very demoralized when they see others paint on the internet. I think it's nice to use as inspiration. But there are definitely some phenomenal mini painters out there. And it can work a bit demoralizing, I guess. Okay, did we pick out all of the silver details? I'm gonna just wash it all with the same color. Is there anything else over here at the front? No. Okay. Comparison is the thief of joy. Sometimes, yeah. I just learned that appetizer in Japanese is zensai. It can also translate to ex-wife. Oh my god. In Japanese, the word for appetizer and ex-wife are the same? Very nice. That's awesome. Oh, I think there is one more part that I need to paint. Hold up. The inside of the shoulder bit. Yes, dude. The inside of the shoulder bit also is metallic. Ah, found it. You were gonna hide from me. Not today, miniature. Okay, I'm gonna shade it all in one go. I think I'll just shade it with some, do we do non-oil? Do we do Agrax? What do you think is nice for shading here? Non-oil is just gonna make it blackish. Do we do a brownish wash on all of those shiny details? Or do we do a blackish wash instead? Or green, or purple, I don't know. I think the norm would be to go with non-oil, which is a black wash. We can do whatever we like though. Yeah, brown would also be nice. Maybe I should just go black. It's way too shiny. Way too shiny. For the weapon, I actually shaded it with a contrast paint. But I don't think I'm gonna do that for this. It's way more work. Non-oil is S tier. So true. Non-oil is my best friend. Liquid skill in a bottle. Would you like to buy some liquid skill? Highly recommend it. Some people frown upon liquid skill. If you think you suck at mini painting, add non-oil. There's some gaming elitists out there that hate this shit. Or some painting elitists, rather. I think using it in certain moments can be really nice. Like for example, these parts, I think it's very good to Like all of these little tiny little details we've done today. I think it's very useful. Not so much on these flat open areas though. I can actually kind of go in between and surround, or around it as well, just to add a little bit of extra color. I will edge highlight this. I will edge highlight all of the metallics. But we need to remove some of the shine here. Can you bathe in non-oil? It'll be really expensive, but I guess technically, sure. I think it's like $5 for like 20 milliliters of this shit. Now it lasts a very long time. But, you know. It's non-oil, not non-oil, no. Non-oil, I think, is made in the same way as they make baby oil, right? I think they squeeze it straight out of a nun. Actually, I don't know how to make baby oil. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody knows. I think how they make non-oil, though, is by having black paint and then a medium. Like some sort of painting medium. I don't know what medium it would be, but... It's okay, Zalmat. Nobody knows. Yo!
Plans to play any of the custom StarCraft campaigns?
I've played so many, mate.
You started some but did not finish them.
Oh, I have finished dozens. I've finished so many. They're all up on my second channel. If you go to youtube.com/moreloco, I've got a whole lot of playthroughs of me playing custom StarCraft 2 campaigns. They're in the playlist section, specifically if you're looking for them. You can find them pretty easily there. I've played a lot. I did start some that I didn't finish because I didn't like them, but I did finish a lot. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back, Merrick. Although most of them are a little bit older though. I haven't played the most recent ones. I got a little tired of it. Like you can only play Wings of Liberty and StarCraft 2 so many times before it gets boring. I don't know how Grant does it. Grant's like, let's play another Wings of Liberty or whatever. Like we do another custom campaign of Wings of Liberty. This is the mission where you unlock the bunker. To be fair though, maybe multiplayer StarCraft 2 is not that different, huh? It's another Protoss versus Zerg where Protoss going for an Oracle opener. Urgh. Maybe it's not that different. Oh, whoa! Did we have the little squeaky sound again? 2 streams in a row? No! No! Why does it do that? Was this one bad? My microphone does this sometimes and I can't figure out why. This one was worse than the last one? Oh. Maybe I have to get another microphone or something, guys. I don't know. I'm not sure what microphone would be best for mini painting. Maybe one of those ones that I can put on the side of my, my face. Maybe I should non-oil the microphone? That's a great idea, I love that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's the microphone or like the interface. It might be the audio interface, but I can't quite figure out what the problem is. I don't know. What's going on, Omar? I'm looking forward to you casting today's GSO games. I haven't seen any of it for today and for yesterday. I have the replays for yesterday. Were the games better today than they were yesterday? Seemed like there were some fun matchups for yesterday. But I don't know. Were yesterday's games any good? Any series that you think I should go check out today? No SOS, so is it even worth playing? Maru versus Raynor was great. Is it already finished? Like, did they already finish day 2 of the round of 8? Because I might have the replays for it, but I don't know. What's up, Robo? Still ongoing? Okay, okay. No, then we'll check them out tomorrow. Maru versus Raynor sounds like a banger no matter what, huh? That sounds like a great matchup. I see, I see. They're usually pretty quick with sending out the replays. But I can imagine this is a little ambitious for today's stream. But we can definitely check them out tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. All right. Making oh, wait, hold up. There's this part over here still. I'm gonna say, I am forgetting some details. For the liquid skill application. There we go. And this little section over here too. These are perfect candidates for liquid skill, because these are very textured. So there's more recessed areas where the paint can run into. Okay. Dude, I just realized there is a giant boil. Oh my god, what? When did I get silver paint on the kneecap? No. No. What the fuck? It's not even close to anything. Dude, pain. I got silver paint on the knee. Thank you, Chumba. It looked better before I realized that I had... All right. We'll have to try and see if we can make that, that go away. What I was going to say, though, is that there is a giant boil in the middle of the shin that I somehow did not paint. No, we'll try and fade it away. We'll have to try and see if we can get rid of some of it. I will glaze it with some of the original green. I have it on my palette, so I may as well. I only want organized battle damage, okay? I can definitely add some battle damage here manually too, though. Just to maybe cover up my mistakes. We'll do a few coats of like a very thin layer first, I guess, and see how it goes. Okay. I think we may want to shade some of the paints a little bit more. I'm going to mix in a bit of the Basilicanum Gray. Just a little bit. I'll dilute it with some water, because I don't really want it to be too shiny. The silver details that we just painted, I mean. Because otherwise, if you want to highlight it, we'll have to do a paint that's too bright for my liking. So if we go too bright, it's going to look a little lame, I think. Am I finished with the copper parts? Yes. I think the copper, I actually want the blue details to be quite rich. Do you think it's too much? I could shade them down a little bit, but... I don't have Nihilian Oxide. I don't know what that is. I guess it's a paint. You think it's a little too much for your taste? Fair enough, fair enough. Maybe I'll tone it down a bit, we'll see. I feel like it's always hard to say until like all of the other details really come together. But you might be right. You might be right. Trying to shade all of this down. Doesn't make sense for all of this to be too shiny. Today's Orc Day. Yep, we're doing a little bit of Orc in Warcraft 3. I haven't yet played Orc. Should be pretty fun. Gonna try and learn how to play it in 1v1. What brushes do I use? This is a very old Series 33 00 by Rosemary. Rosemary & Co. I like to use old brushes for metallic details. Still a good brush though. It's fine. It's doing the job. I still clean it meticulously every time I use it. Definitely allows a brush to have a better lifespan, it seems. There's a little part over here that I don't really love. I painted these last stream. Trying to shade down some of the bottom area. That'll make the tops look a little bit sharper. Honestly, that one little glaze on the kneecap already solved a lot of the problem there. You can still kind of see it, but it now looks a lot more like actual battle damage rather than me just accidentally running my brush on it. By accident. Accidentally by accident. English very good. I speak many words. I have all the best words. I know many words too. You want me to tell you which ones? I will name every word. Going around the whole mini. Shading down the parts I don't like. Or at least the parts that I think are a bit too shiny. Before we will make them shiny again. That's how these things tend to go. Shadows before highlights. Strength before weakness. Life before death. There's actually a little detail over here that I have not yet. Dinner before dessert. Well said, Ick. I see you are also a Knight Radiant. There's a little cable over here that I, for some reason, hadn't painted yet. Just using black. These details are all kind of finicky and hard to reach, but just have to make the best of it. Okay, good enough. How long ago did I start painting? I started early last year. Although I used to paint quite a lot when I was a kid, like not miniatures. I started miniature painting for the very first time last year. I used to paint quite a lot though when I was a kid, like regular painting, I guess. A lot of like pencil drawing, some oil painting, that sort of stuff, but I hadn't done anything like art related, I guess, in about a decade, I think. Not a whole lot anyways. I don't know why, because I always liked it, but I got very busy with this Loco TV thing. And then I realized, wait a second, we can combine these two things. Holy crap. What an idea. Then I decided, yo, these suckers will watch anything. They won't even notice. Anyways, that's when I started my Chaos arc. I am now a Chaos space streamer, I think. Don't know how you call the, it sounds like that. I watch you while I paint, very nice. What are you working on right now, Flutify? I am gonna be switching to some games, by the way, in a moment. But you can definitely keep on painting now. Some Horus Heresy Alpha Legion and more time Warbands. Nice, dude. Alpha Legion's pretty cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna highlight the silver details, and then we're gonna switch to some games. We'll use a little bit more of this, and then also the absolute tiniest amount of the shiniest paint that I know. We'll use a little bit of both. I mean, the amount of actual painting I'm gonna have to do is pretty small. Even though there's quite a few of these details. Many of the details are kind of hidden. And I guess it doesn't really make a lot of sense to highlight the most recessed silver details. Sorry, I'm just cleaning the paint pot. Ay, ay, ay. Look at all the gunk. Paint gunk. Hell yeah. This is what you want to see. Just screw it on there. Nobody will notice. Okay. Let's see. So, I need to add some highlights. We'll do like, I think like a 2-stage type of highlight. So I'll try and go around the outside of some of these easier to paint panels. So this is the same color I used for the base coat, but then obviously before I shaded it. try to highlight or go around the edges here of whatever these decorations are. Frame them nicely. Give them a little bit of that shine back. Same for any of the upper facing sections over here. That went a little too far. Can wipe it off. I'll stipple in a tiny little bit of the black color. Okay. Don't think it has to go any brighter than that. Should be fine. Gentle. Using a bit of a dry brush. Good enough. I'll mix in just a little bit of the Vallejo silver. Tends to be very overpowering, I've noticed. We'll try to just end like a little bit of like the brightest highlight. The tops of these little rivets. Sharpest points of some of these sections should be good. But only the stuff that's facing up. The stuff that's well defined on the Mini 2, because some of these parts are not. Okay. What head am I gonna use? This one. Gotta tidy it up a little bit. But not the helmeted version. There is a helmeted version included in the box as well, but I don't really like that one. Trying to add a little bit of a highlight. all around the outside. Need a little bit more here. That's an easy highlight to do. I'm gonna follow the edges here. Try and get a nice sharp highlight around the sides there. Same for this. I will use the side of the brush wherever I can, obviously, because it's easier. And also, again, for the tops of the thumbnail for the stream when you joined is just hands. Hell yeah, dude. Glad you clicked it. I also want to kind of do like a some scratches all over this drum. Make it look a little bit more realistic. Would make sense, right? For it to have some scratching. Am I gonna add rust? I will, yeah. I already added some rust to the blade. So I finished the blade and the chainmail last time around. So we'll definitely have to add some rust as well to all of these. I started my OnlyHands. Please subscribe. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Streamer needs to buy a new fridge. Bam, bam, bam. Ba, 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 da, da. Okay. Mix a little bit more paint. Never really huge, or the biggest fan of painting metallics, but having the right paint though definitely does make it a bit more fun. Edge highlights though with metallics are always quite forgiving. At least feels like it to me. Okay. Silver details. Looking pretty decent. Yeah. I'm enjoying this one quite a bit actually, Flu. I think this model is really fun. I think the Orc that I finished last, 2 weeks ago, that one I think is probably one of my personal favorites so far. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit of rust. A little bit of rust. We'll use some, a little bit of Mournfang Brown. I don't want too much rust, but a little bit. I have painted a couple of Tyranids, yeah. Quite a few actually. No, I don't play, I just paint. I've done a whole lot of Tyranids over the last couple of, the last half year. Here's the most recent one I did. This is a lovely tentacle monster. Used a lot of contrast paints for this. It's pretty fun. I think my favorite Tyranid I painted is the whatever this guy is called, Norn Emissary. I don't have a camera for like my my shelf, so I don't really have an easy way of showing you, but got quite a few cool models at this point. We have a lot of things now that I would still like to paint. Yeah, Tyranids I think is my biggest faction. I don't paint armies, but I did accidentally paint a lot of Tyranids. That's so true, Degno. Forehead cam being the most important one, obviously. Okay, we gotta add a little bit of rust. I'm just gonna try and stipple a little bit of this brown. I feel like this one's a little too much. Don't want to do it on every single one of these. I'm assuming Mr. Deathguard still spends some time maintaining his weapon. Maybe not, I don't know. I don't know what the day-to-day. Like, I've never seen like a TikTok morning routine of a Deathguard. Maybe they wake up at 4 AM, clean their bolters. There's no way to know. What's good on Beinsturk? Good morning. Today is the day. Hey, what's up, you guys? It is Deathguard Plague Marine. Welcome back to another morning routine video. It's 4:30 AM. Time to clean my bolt. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Maybe this is what they do. You press X for doubt. You're probably right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Swandria. Hope you're well. Thank you for your resubscription. It is much appreciated. So I'm trying to put a little bit of paint, especially where liquids would collect, right? Where water would settle. Which is kind of nice because if you dilute the paint a bunch, it will kind of just magically run in that direction. I diluted it quite a bit. May take a couple of coats, but... What's going on, Schaden? Good morning. You're moving today? Nice. Good luck, good luck. A little bit of brown everywhere we go. The brown definitely does make it look a little bit nicer. On all of the silver details, I mean. Yeah. A little second coat in some sections. Obviously, we still need to paint the bolter itself. But at least we got some of the metallic details done. I was gonna do the brighter rust color as well, but I think it's fine as it is. I don't think we're gonna need more brightness here. Yeah. It's getting there. Yo, this giant boil on his leg is bothering me though. I thought I was done with the boils. And it just, for some reason, I missed one of them. It's so obvious too, it's crazy. Like in the middle of his shin, there's a giant, I don't know, pustule. For some reason, when I was painting those in, I missed it in its entirety. I don't understand how. Kind of crazy because it's big. I used a little bit of a purple wash actually to try and shade that a bit. I will just have to hit it real quick with the blow dryer. Surprise! Surprise! Okay. I gotta keep you on your toes. You didn't expect that, did you? I figured purple would be good, mostly because the, I mean, these giant boils must hurt. It feels like it's at least like somewhat of a bruise. While we wait for that to dry a little bit, then we try and add another little glaze. That one's already looking pretty good actually. Covering up my mistakes with more layers of paint. Hell yeah. I think one more layer over here, and it's like it never even happened. I have a little section over here too on the backpack that I did today. A little bit of overspill. I may have to shade this again though with the Athonian, but that's okay. We can fix it. Covering up mistakes with paint, dude. I would be an excellent landlord. Maybe one day, Light Switch. When everybody upgrades their subs to tier 3 subs, I'm gonna be balling. Balling. I forgot putting A4 paper over the hole first. That sounds like a pretty shitty thing to do. Why fix the wall when you can fix it with paper? Millionaires always want more. So true, Roba. I thought I was a billionaire. Hold up. You guys keep downgrading me nowadays. Why is that? Bad economy, huh? Yeah, makes sense. Okay. 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 I gotta highlight the black cable. Don't have to shade the black cable. Believe it or not. Hard to shade black. difficult to pull off anyways. Okay. Can I do a cheeky one for this one? If I just very gently, without going into the recesses, run my brush on top of the cable. Ah, it worked. Sick. These are textured enough that I actually don't have to paint every single one of these little bits. Really, Zeos? I will take that. That sounds like a big compliment. You would listen to literally anything? Whatever I'm talking about? Big compliment. Okay, one last thing I want to go ahead and do is shade the top of the backpack a little bit more. Did I play HOTS? Heroes of the Storm or Heart of the Swarm? I played both, a shit ton. So whatever your question was about. What kind of camera am I using? This is an A7 III. Actually, no, that's not true. This is a ZVE10 Mark I. A7 III is the other camera I use for my face. Don't currently have the face on, but ZVE10 Mark I. Okay, guys. I think that is... Hey, thank you, Frankie. I tried to have a really nice looking stream. I don't wear my face right now. I don't currently have it on. Anyway, I didn't actually mean to do all of the metallic details today. But I think we got quite a bit of work done. All of those annoying little bits and pieces that nobody likes painting, like all of the little cables and, I don't know, little jangles here and there. So really all that remains is the bolter. We're gonna have to paint the gun. Some finishing touches and stuff, like I wanna add some scratches here and there still. And then also, hey, I forgot something. Looking at it, I didn't shade this part down. I want this to be darker. It's too shiny. All right, and then also some of the finishing touches on the face, which I have over here. And then of course we gotta do a little bit of work on the little dudes. The little dudes in that horn over there on the back of the back, or on the back of the shoulder. I'm not yet sure how I'm gonna paint it, but I don't know. We can do whatever color we like on those. And then there's also one on the base. I'm not sure how I'm gonna paint these, to be honest. Yeah, we have a couple of sassy Nurglings. Nurglings can... Is it true that Nurglings just sort of come in any color? Like, can I just kind of paint them however? Are they just, like, lore accurate wise, they're just whatever? Yes, as far as I know. Yeah, they like, there's definitely some in pink and in reds and in, like, greens. You've seen red and blue as well. Pink is the most common. Okay. I would like to have something that contrasts quite nicely with the green. So maybe like Yeah, we already have green of RGB. We can make one red, one blue. Could be kind of fun. Could look kind of fun. I don't know. We'll have to decide. I think next time around we'll do the bolter. Might not even be that much work, to be honest. It's pretty quick. We just really have to do the black now. And then the cable, and there's also like a little pouch off of the side of the backpack. Yeah, all of those are pretty quick. Oh yeah, good progress. GG. But first, guys, before we jump into some gaming, as I bump my desk, it is time for us to start working on some of the small details of the miniature. I have been painting up this Plague Marine champion for, I don't know, maybe a week or so at this point. Honestly, it's not even really been that long. He's come along very nicely, lots of little components. We still have some details to finish, like for example the bolter. That one's not yet done, and there's a couple little bits and pieces that I still need to go ahead and update, but there's two of these little guys. I don't even know their names. There's two of these little dudes that are all over the mini. Well, all over. There's also a giant horn, by the way. The Nurglings, that's it, yeah. There's one over there on the shoulder, and then there's one over here on the base. So obviously when we're done, I'll clip this guy off of the little paper clip, and we'll glue him down. I have already, for the most part, finished the head. Let me maybe lower the brightness. Can I lower the brightness? Oh, there we go. I've already finished most of the head. We still need to do a tiny bit of touch-up, but this is mostly finished. Look at all these lovely boils. Very nice. Anyway, before I glue the head in though, we need to make sure that we finish up these little guys. And yesterday I was talking about the colors I want to do. I was thinking maybe something bright. And I've decided we are not gonna do anything bright. I'm gonna go with like some more fleshy colored ones. We'll do like a pinkish dude over here at the front. And then maybe something a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit paler for the guy on the shoulder. I think it'll be nice. I have so much patience to get that detail. Mate, I've been loving it, Chris. It's been a lot of work though. I feel like this one has been pretty fast. Like, at least for my standard, you know? There's a lot of people that will finish a model an hour. You know, maybe we're like 15 hours into this one? This one's going pretty quick, yeah. It's not really been that long. A lot of little components though, and we're not finished yet, but yeah. It helps when you don't mess up as much. Like when I first started painting, I would spend a lot of time fixing my screw-ups, which I still do, but a little bit less now. So anyways, I want to start with a good old coat of contrast paint. I want to go with like a pinkish hue, so we'll start with the guy on the base, and we'll mix it way down. We'll dilute it way down. I don't really want to... let me move chat over, because I can't see you guys. Or I can't see you guys easily. Is the music volume okay, by the way? Not too loud? I think I'll do like a dilution of like, I don't know. I'd rather do like 2 coats than like 1 thick coat. So I think I'll do like 2 full brushes of the medium, maybe like 3 full brushes of the medium, and then like maybe half a brush of the contrast paint. I'm mixing it. You guys can't see. Hold up. Can I move it in the frame? There we go. You have a little bit of a smudge from last time around, but that's okay. So I'm mixing just like a dot of the Volupus pink. Honestly, that might still be too strong. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's too pink, but we'll do one more little dot. I did prime this guy in black and then I hit it with the airbrush using this off like white. We'll apply a nice coat of this all over. Soak up any of the excess as per usual. With contrast paints. Do want to make sure we don't have too much pooling. Although we can obviously fix that, but easier to fix it when it's wet. I do, yeah. I do use contrast paint and sable brushes. Some folks do not. Like, it kind of depends, but this is just like a little application of contrast paint. If I were to do like a full mini with contrast paint, I would probably do something else, but it's okay. Just gotta be careful that you don't get the paint too far up the brush. Gonna take a little bit of time to let it dry. I will do like a different color for the other guy, but still like a pretty neutral color, I think. Cleaning the brush, soaking up the excess that is pooling in all of these like strong recesses. I don't really want it to be too strong. You can also kind of clump up some of the details if you let it dry too much. So basically what you do is you clean the brush and then you lick it. And then you soak up the excess. Very important, the licking part. Okay, we'll let this dry for, what do I do with the painted minis? I put them on a shelf, and that's it. I also actually want to just make the base fully black. So, black is an easy color to paint. I will apply some texture paint, but it's gonna be a little tricky to get the texture paint in between like the legs and stuff of the mini when I glue him down. Like I need to glue the mini down before I apply the texture paint. And I'd rather have a dark base coat at that point than a light one in case I can't reach everything. Doesn't have to be too perfect, but... Oh yeah, it is definitely for a tabletop game. I don't play the tabletop game. Apparently that's a little funky. Most folks that paint seem to also play the game, or at least the majority of folks do. I'm not even sure if that's true. I say it, but maybe it's not even true. But yeah, you can't technically play a tabletop war game with these minis. You would have to paint the whole army. Now, I don't play the game, so I also don't really paint armies. Basically, if I understand correctly, I've never played it before, so somebody can correct me if I get something wrong, but every piece of these miniatures has like a certain amount of points, and I think you basically construct your army of a certain amount of points. So I think you play like, I don't know, say like 1,000 points versus 1,000 points army. I don't really care about playing the game at this point. Maybe at some point I'll give it a shot, but I'll do the rim as well. We'll do like a quick little rim job. Sometimes you just gotta get it done. And I'm here now anyways, so I may as well. A lot of people leave the rim job for the end. And I usually do too, but you know what? If we're gonna do it twice anyways, like I'll do like 2 coats, we may as well just paint a little bit of it right now. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people that just paint for display, I guess. A lot of people just paint for the hobby, right? It's kind of like Lego. What do you do with Lego when you're done with Lego? What do you do with it? Put it on a shelf? Shelf-top gaming. Solifluction, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm just painting the rim of the miniature. Get your mind out of the gutter. I would never be insinuating anything as grotesque as you are implying right now. Painting for gaming is just so expensive now, I cannot field my armies anymore. Yeah. I have heard people say that too, in general, that if you play like a 2,000 point game or whatever, it gets very expensive. Especially because the grass is always greener on the other side, so I'm assuming what will probably happen, again, I don't play, but I'm assuming what probably happens is, say you play Death Guard and you go up against Blood Angels and you lose against Blood Angels, you now convince yourself that it's not you misplaying, but either you got unlucky or your opponent's army is better. So what do you do next? Well, you start playing Blood Angels, so you need to start painting an entire army of Blood Angels now too. No, these are not 3D printed. So the Games Workshop models are generally bought in the store. I do know that there are some tabletop games that allow you to 3D print their models. Like they literally just give you the STLs for free, which is kind of a cool idea. But the Games Workshop plastic is all on a sprue from a mold. And yeah. They're very, very high quality though. You can criticize Games Workshop for a lot of stuff, but their plastic is really nice. Oh, I missed a little portion over here at the bottom of the butt. Okay, give that a second to dry. Drink a little bit of coffee. One of your friends has a 5,000 point army and it costs him like $4,000. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna paint for the tabletop, it's a pretty pricey hobby. If you paint the way that I paint, it's not too bad. It will still obviously cost some money though. I basically just paint one little model at a time and I tried to paint it really well, but if you paint like a whole army and you want to get like a dozen models done in an afternoon, you'll probably also end up spending a lot of the time quite frustrated because you just want to play the game and you're like, oh, I gotta put the freaking paint on. I don't know. Even if you play for tabletop though, you probably still spend like 90% of your time painting and like 10% gaming. I mean, I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass, but it is still very time intensive just to get paint on these guys. Contrast paints might be overpowered, I'm not gonna lie. I can't imagine paying money for a piece of plastic. That's okay, dude. You probably spent money on things I also, I don't understand either. That's life. I'm gonna try and glaze a little bit of a brighter highlight up to some of these parts if I can. So the original base coat, I think, was Ushapti bone, the core. So we'll try to get a little bit of... I mean, ultimately, every hobby costs money, right? Like, there are some hobbies out there that will be cheaper than others. But there's also lots of hobbies that are way more expensive than painting little bits of plastic. Like, there was somebody in the chat not too long ago who said that their hobby was repairing vintage Porsche. Like the cars. I don't even want to begin to think how much something like that would cost. Because I'm assuming you would have to repair with mostly original parts. Maybe not. I don't know anything about cars. I don't give a shit about cars, generally. Tau mechs are really expensive, are they? Yeah, I can't really give you any info as far as that goes. There's a couple of mold lines on this little guy that I sadly did not catch before all of this. The racing shoes you bought recently for a half marathon are more expensive than you would have preferred. Yeah, and they probably last you like 200 kilometers because of the carbon plating and all that, right? I don't know, dude. Like, it's one of the most common things I hear, though, of people that are unfamiliar with Warhammer in general, and it's always that, like, it costs too much money. And it is definitely kind of true, but also, like, every hobby costs some sort of money, right? Like, maybe if you have like a library or something that's free to go to, that's the easiest thing. There's also a lot of folks out there, though, that collect Warhammer boxes. Basically, they just buy whatever is new all the freaking time, and they never actually paint any of them. I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos of people that just collect and never actually do much with it, or just have, you know, like, there's some folks out there that have like entire rooms full of Warhammer boxes that are entirely unopened. Like, I'm talking like 5 figures worth of, you know, unused plastic. It's just however far you want to take it, right? Like, it's with any hobby. Like, you can take anything pretty far. video games are the cheapest, most accessible hobby. Yeah, but there's also people out there that will buy every Fortnite skin, right? Or buy everything in like any gacha game. Like there's a million gacha games. There's so many. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of ways to spend money. You know your best way to spend money, guys? To become a subscriber on Twitch. That is by far the best way to spend your money. Ask Sully Fluxion, dude. He's got a whole room dedicated to Loco TV merchandise. He knows what's up. Best decision he ever made. Yeah, I recently saw on the like Kindle ebook store thingamajig. Apparently, you can pick up basically all works of like Shakespeare and stuff for like 20 cents. That's very cheap. Does this guy have ice? Oh yeah, he does have a little eyeball underneath. Dang, I only just now noticed. You try and get a... Oh jeez. Inside of that helm slit, I don't even know if you can see that. There you go. There's two tiny eye sockets. Great times. Yeah, but for video games, you also need to have the computer, right? Or the console or whatever. And if you play on a console, then the games are generally way more expensive. I don't know. I always find it a bit silly when I see people say, like, I would never do Warhammer because it's way too expensive. Like, you're insane. Like, basically, it feels like they're implying I'm crazy for painting Warhammer because it's way too expensive. I've spent like 50 bucks on it this year. In 2025. Yeah. I don't have any kids. No. That probably saves a lot of money. I heard kids are very expensive, yes. What's going on, Don? Gonna do some soft highlights with the original base coat. Want to keep these guys pretty fleshy. Man, I did not really tidy this guy up very much. There's a bunch of little mold lines that I would have liked to have removed. In hindsight. Oh well. I didn't really notice them until just now, so I guess they're not particularly obvious, but... How much is this chicken figurine? I don't know. I had this one in a little box. Sitting in a drawer. I think his mini is probably like 20 euro. Maybe 25. No, the whole mini. Like this Nurgling is part of the mini. Just this little guy for 20 bucks would be insane. This guy's very sassy though. Yeah, he's kind of fun. I like this guy. Look at that ass. Yeah, the ass is gonna be mostly invisible, so I'm not really too... It's a little too strong, I guess, for me, but... Mini is gonna stand right behind him, the Marine that is. So this whole section will likely be invisible. I'll go one step brighter. We'll go a little bit of Screaming Skull. Yeah, is Tau just super expensive to play? Why is Tau expensive? What is up with that? Try to make sure that the upwards facing sections here are brightest. Like the top of the ass cheek has to be bright. I think we all agree. Same for the up section, or the upwards facing section of the stomach here. Oh, really? That's crazy. What? Tau is like almost twice as expensive? Huh. I did not know that. This guy has a tiny little... It's very hard to see. But he's got two little eyes inside of that little thing right over there. I guess I should base coat those as well, and then maybe try to put in a little pupil. In the box art, his eyes are bright red. I actually had not noticed those yet, but I guess we can try to dip a little bit of paint in there. I'll definitely need a smaller brush though. Okay, wish me luck. Oh, I have to add a little pupil to it and we should be good. I did spill a little bit onto the top of the helmet, but obviously that one is not yet painted. So that's totally fine. A little bit of a smudge over here. I'm making a little mascot, absolutely. So he's got a maggot coming out of his stomach. I hate it when that happens to me. I'll use some contrast paints for this whole guy, I guess. I always like this dude. You almost never paint eyes because you're afraid they will look cross-eyed. Yeah, I get that. We'll have to paint the pupils still though. We have 2 pupils that we need to paint. And even though currently it's okay, we still need to put little dots in there. So I might still be able to fuck this up. I do like painting eyeballs in though. I think painting the eyeballs in is very nice, but it can also be a bit of a tilter. I tried to do it on this part, and I did get a tiny little eye. I don't know if you can see the eye over there. I need to add a little bit of like the bottom eyelid is kind of impossible to see now. I'll have to highlight that. This guy luckily only has 1 eye though. The other one is closed, it seems. Success. Oh, well that is. Are you okay? Yeah, that could be a problem. We'll do a second coat of the Plague Bearer. Keep it nice and gross. Man, this is a Friday and a half song right here. I would like to do a little bit of Drucky Violet as well. Onto some of the boils and the pus and stuff before we put some color on those. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, we need to add a little bit more shading onto this leg. I don't like the way it looks on this side at all. I'll come back to that in a moment. We'll have to see if it's good enough like this. So this is the same color that I used for the boils on the main guy. I want it to look quite bruised and gross. So purple is probably a good color for it. Try to maybe dip a little bit over here too. Is that so, Tensor? Thank you, DMC. I like it when they have little boils for structural integrity. You see this one right over here? A structural integrity boil. So the unit can be one piece of plastic. So the arm can't snap off. Very convenient. Some of the songs in this this playlist are pretty amazing, and then others are like this. I don't hate it, but also it does definitely feel like an 80s workout song, yeah. Okay. We'll need to get the yellow paint out so we can paint some of the nice, gross looking boils. I'll do them in the exact same way as I did the previous ones. I did a little bit of these two colors. My favorite way to highlight boils. I didn't know I had a favorite way, but I do now. Fun fact, this is the same color, the color of the boils, as the color I used for the auric. The armor of the auric is the same color as the boils on this mini. And maybe I'll use some of the bright orange or bright yellow rather as well for the eyeball or eyeballs. This is a yellow paint, so it's always going to take two colors or two coats rather. Are you okay, Tensor? Nobody was talking about Grubby, dude. You're okay? Sick. You're like the guy in the movie theater that suddenly starts screaming. We don't really know what's going on, Tensor. Everybody's looking at each other right now. They're like, maybe if we ignore him, he'll stop. Okay. Does he look cute? I'm gonna try and attempt, now that you're here, Gideon, I'm gonna try and attempt the pupils. I need to put in the tiniest little bit of bright yellow into the middle of this eye. That's one. That's two. It's a little hard to see, I think, on stream. Could be a little tidier though. Especially the one on the right. Okay. Good enough, I think. Good enough. I also want to highlight the boils. Very important. Get a nice bright highlight of yellow onto some of these parts.
What about a free hand on the helmet? A Nurgle symbol would be cool.
Dylan loves freehanding, man. Thank you very much for your resubscription. I thought about just painting the helmet green, like a death guard. Oh shit. Okay. I managed to fuck up. But I guess I can fix it by making the bruising slightly larger. Yeah, exactly. We just made it slightly grosser. I'll try to highlight the ridges on the worm in his stomach as well a little bit. If I had a worm coming out of my stomach, I would want it to be highlighted too, you know? Using a bit of yellow because it's on my palette. Okay. It's like he's wearing a thong. So I like my nurglings. Okay. Can't unsee that now. He's got one of those gym pants that's very popular right now where you like pull it way up your ass. That's what my nurgling is wearing, okay? Don't judge. He's very fashionable. He got it from Gymshark. All right, Tensor, I'm gonna put you on the bench, dude. I don't know what's up, but see you tomorrow, maybe. Bye! What's going on, Lefrinus? You were gonna do that? Nah, 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 nah. I resorted to a public display first. And when that didn't help, this was the only alternative option. You just got here. You were very confused at the state of the chat. I can't believe it. That sounded pretty toxic to me, guys. He's saying he was confused by the state of you. Yeah, you didn't even know you were in a state. There's a hair. You two are confused with chat every day. I'm not really. No. Is goed. Hoe heb je hem af?
Ik heb het al.
Hè?
Dit is veel steviger.
Oh. She made a Minnie Mouse, chat. You want to see? a Lego Minnie Mouse.
First, no, don't worry.
Very nice. She's Mickey as well. Mickey and Minnie. Very cool. She built it. She built it. We are a nerd household, Chet. It's don't shame us, okay? She actually, so there's this place in the Netherlands pretty close by where you can rent Legos. It sounds a bit silly, but I think you pay like maybe like €5 a week or so for like one of these big kits. And then when you are done building them, you bring them back. And it's actually kind of genius because these big kits are pretty dang expensive. And you can just build them and then, you know, at some point you'll run out of space to display them anyway. If you find one you really like, I guess maybe it's worth saving up for or something, or getting it for real, but it's kind of fun. Yeah. So it's a place where you, yeah, so if you lose a piece, or if like the piece is not included, you can go pick it up. They have like apparently giant amounts of Legos there, so you can just let them know and they will fix it for whoever rents it next. It's kind of like a Lego library, I guess. Honestly, kind of a brilliant idea. Apparently it's very busy. You're working on the final assignment for your programming course, and the project is a Lego renting site? It's probably the same place, Shiny. You live pretty close by, right? It's probably the same place. I think it's in Bussum, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't been there, but she found out about it recently, and it's pretty cool. So we've been renting Lego, and it's yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of like a library. She mentioned it the other day. I was like, oh shit, how have we, like, how have I never even thought about it? Oh, it's not a real project. I see. Fair, fair, fair. Building Lego on stream, is that like one step nerdier than this or one step less nerdy? Like what's more nerdy? Painting Warhammer minis? Or painting, or building Lego on stream? Because I have this setup, we could easily do it. Build Lego and then paint it? Seems entirely unnecessary, but a lot of edge highlighting. Yeah, probably low, eh? That's what I was thinking. This falls in my mind more in like the art category, but I can see how it wouldn't for a lot of folks out there. Yeah, but ultimately I'm painting plastic soldiers. Which is pretty fucking nerdy. I'm painting plastic soldiers that can fight with guns in a fantasy universe where everything's evil. And I kind of love it. No, I don't think I would like that very much, like Venus. Okay, we'll have to do another coat of green in a moment. LARPing is the most nerdy thing? Yeah, probably. I've never LARPed because I'm not a nerd. That's where I draw the line, you know? Too much, that's too far. No, I feel like LARPing probably would be a blast. That definitely, the problem with LARPing though, is that it interacts with other human beings. Like you would have to talk to other people. Like in person, I mean. That's crazy. What if you go on a LARPing thing and somebody starts shouting at you like that? Like, lightning bolt! No, your HP is down! Why are you still running, Mom? I don't know, dude. I don't think my mom wants to come. There's no way she wants to come to the LARPing thing. Be the referee. New Formula 1 race this weekend, gamers. In Italy. Huge. I saw a video this morning of Kimi Antonelli, who's one of the Formula 1 drivers from Italy. So the race is in Italy, pretty close to where he lives. Apparently, he invited his classmates to the paddock because the guy is in freaking high school. You're not allowed to drop out by Italian law until you finish high school. So he apparently goes to school in between the class or in between the races, which is just kind of insane. Like you make probably several $1 million a year driving for Mercedes. Still have to do your fucking math exam. Probably not a bad idea, to be fair. No pressure on Kimi. Yeah. He's very good, though. But I can't really imagine doing like state or like, you know, nationwide exams while also having to perform at that level. Like it's Currently it's exam time in the Netherlands, like for high school and stuff. I don't know if it's the same in Italy, but gotta be kind of tricky to combine all of that. I don't envy him. Time to walk the husky, the music is perfect. Exactly. I need you to be in a, make sure to put on your 80s spandex and everything, Gideon. Put on all the glitter. Can't bribe teachers in the Netherlands? No, I don't think you should try bribing teachers in the Netherlands. I don't know if that works in Italy, but I think I'm just gonna use the shade paint all over and then relayer with the original color again. I think that probably makes the most sense on something as tiny as this. It's a little messy though. It's probably gonna dry up a little patchy, but I want this mostly in the recess parts. But it should create the same tone as the rest of the armor, which is ultimately what we're going for. What color should these horns be? Not sure. Guess we'll go through the same steps as I did for the main armor though. Little guy's coming along. I'll probably do the horns in black for now. We'll black out the horns. On the box art, they're apparently highlighted with some blue highlights actually. So they seem to be black with blue highlights. Okay, very good. Camera! It's coming along, it's coming along, it's coming along. I'm gonna hit it real quick with the blow dryer, just because I want to increase the shading a little bit more. Prepare your low hot. 3, 2, 1, go! Just a little bit of low hot, just a little bit. I would like to make the recess shading a little bit deeper. Good enough. Okay. Oh, I can look up the name of this song if you want. This song is called Solitude by Ava Low. ERAVALOW. Solitude is a little, I don't know, dude, a strong word to describe this music. Wee, 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 wee. Solitude confirmed. Hey, thank you, Hagen. Agreed, but thanks. You don't think this is Solitude, dude? Dang. Can't play other music, I'm afraid. Well, I could play a different playlist, of course, but can't quite do song requests. I would have to sing every single song request instead. How about that? Goes a little far though. I don't think anybody's waiting for that. Sing Rap God by Eminem. Shamalama, superhuman, true to you. How was that, Zeke? Little guy's coming along. Gonna try and tidy up some of that base coat. On the green. Good on Drone Rush. Can we get Harvest Moon by Neil Young covered by Loco? Neil Young Harvest Moon. I have no idea about that song. Do I know it? I'm immediately disappointed at karaoke. I have a karaoke bar that doesn't have half the music. Why is this figure naked? I don't know, dude. Maybe it's body positivity, World of Zeos. Maybe Nurglings are just trying to get their say out in the world. Why do you hate that? Its body is beautiful, all right? Hands on the hips, worm coming out of his stomach, wiener dragging over the floor. If I got you a Slanesh mini, would you paint it? I have 2 Slanesh minis, Gideon. I have one that I painted and then one that I still have to paint. I can show you. I painted this one a few months back. I mean, if you got me another one. Whoa, what? Did my camera just die? What? Camera! What about this? This camera works. This other camera's not doing anything. Well, that's a weird timing. I turned it off entirely. Ah. Maybe it doesn't like Slanesh. What the heck? Are we good? Ah, we're good. There you go, Gideon. I painted Dexessa a couple months ago. It was kind of a lot of work, but I think it turned out pretty nice. That's Age of Sigmar. Yes. I also have one more that I got for my birthday. From the Patreon supporters, actually. Absolute legends. I have a Keeper of Secrets. That one's kind of intimidating though, but I may have to paint it soon. I don't know. It's a very fun mini, but I do need to definitely mentally prepare for painting something that large. My stream should be 1440p, guys. Yesterday there were some folks saying that they didn't see my stream at its full quality, but a lot of people did. It seems to be region locked somehow. I don't understand what the problem is. Do some of you see the stream at 1440p? Yeah, we had this exact same discussion yesterday. Wait, Grubby had the same problem? Grubby also had a 720p limit? Huh. Very odd. Okay. Good morning, Nolan. Very strange, guys. I don't know why. I can't change it on my end. Seems like it's like a localization issue.
Tazwiggle.
What's good on Zeus? Dang, resubbing while using another channel's emoji? That's brave. Thank you for the resub. Speaking of emojis, we have 3 new emojis coming real soon. We've had 3 viewers recently turn in 1 million channel points each. Paula has been working on some new... No low daddy, I'm afraid. No. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of edge highlighting. A little bit of edging. Very important. Want to stay out of the recesses. Try to follow the outline here that is sculpted onto the model. You have crocodiles? Sick. What doesn't Florida have? I thought it was alligators. We have crocodiles too in the zoo though. Not as cool. Not as interesting. Interesting to hear though that I wasn't the only stream then yesterday that was having 720p issues. I don't know why. I have no clue. Yeah, we have a little bit of a nurgling over here, Tech. Okay. This playlist is truly something. Yeah, yeah. I want to make you guys feel young again. Remember going to the disco back in the 70s? Those were the days. I know most of you are not born in the 70s or 80s, whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah, those were the good old days. I've been a time traveler for a long time. Yeah, baby. Remember the day when they invented electronic dance music? Oh, this is making you feel old. Ah, I see. Okay. Gotta try and follow the line straight across the top of the helmet, which is gonna be a little bit annoying. But just like the rest of the armor, he's got a little edge running straight through the center. That's not it. Gotta make sure that I'm not idling too much with the brush, because it dries so quick. And we can tidy up some of the spill. Yeah, we gotta be very careful, but also kind of quick. The problem is, these standard brushes are kind of nice for highlighting, but at the same time, they're very small. So, for comparison, I mean, obviously all brushes are relatively small, but this was the brush I was using earlier for the base coat. And then the one at the bottom is the one I'm using for the highlight. And the amount of liquid it can hold is just not that big. So it gets a little bit tricky. But not terrible. We can work with this. We'll let it dry for a minute. You were born in '69. There you go. Back in the summer of '69. Oh yeah. Did they write that song just for you, Nolan? Fun fact, they put a man on the moon as well in the same year that Nolan was born. I believe it is to celebrate Nolan's birthday. The jury is not yet decided on that yet, but they did it. I got my first real six string to celebrate Nolan's birthday. Played it till my fingers bled. Summer seems to last forever. Those were the best days of my life. Pew, 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 pew. It was a couple months after you were born. It just takes a couple. There you go. That's pretty good. It's pretty nice. Going on Shadow Phoenix. Thank you for your resubscription. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 78 months. One of the best numbers. 78 used to be my RuneScape homeworld for about a decade. You just barely snuck into the 60s? You were also born in '69, Visper? Let's go. I was born in the 90s, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you guys probably had finished college and like a marriage or something by the time I was born. Just to make you feel old for a little bit. You don't feel so old anymore, Zeos? There you go. Twitch chatters older than your parents? When were my parents born? 50s, I think. No. Yes. Oh my God, my parents are old. Okay, first series of highlights done on the helmet. Ties it all together very nicely, doesn't it? Looks way better. We'll go one step higher. Yo, the tech! Ooh, almost triggering the hype train. Let's go, dude. Thank you for your Prime subscription. You will now be ad-free. Congratulations, huge. What's good on deck? No. Yeah, we have a little bit of a sassy nurgling. Hands on the hips, butt naked, only wearing a helmet. It's like me in the weekends. But don't tell anybody that. Don't really need to use this brighter color all over, but in some of the more refined areas, you put it at least on like the edges. You were up late yesterday until like 10 p.m.? That's crazy, Nolan. 10 p.m.? That's almost midnight. Did you think it was 31st of December for a little bit? Then you're allowed to stay up that late. I'm not sure about a random day in May. All right, careful. Little nurgling guy doing all right. Your daughter is turning 22 in a few days. That's making you feel old? Fair. Arcturus, no! I have not painted any Eldar, no. Not yet. Thinking of adding a little bit more of a shade to the bottom of the helmet. A little bit more of the Athonian camo shade in the middle. Try to tidy up. Some of that transition. Same on the other end. Make the line look a little bit less bright. Okay. Bro's coming along. Looking nice and sassy. Anything else we need to change on this guy? We can paint a little metallic detail on the back there, but other than that, we can highlight the horns, I suppose. Let me add a little bit more of a base coat of the black. How long have I been painting for? Like an hour and a half? Dang, little guy takes a while. Where is that guy going to be placed? So the rest of the miniature is going to be placed behind this guy. So Space Marine Bro is going to be placed, let me see if I can visualize this. Somewhat like that. And it's kind of fun because this guy has the helmet of the Space Marine, and the actual helmet of the miniature has like this thing growing out of it. So the actual face rather, so Nurgling guy has stolen the helmet. I'm not exactly sure what Nurglings do, other than be sassy and hang out. He's got one more Nurgling though on his, I think this guy is pretty much done. I will paint in a little bit of metallic on the back, mostly just because I have the paints out here. But I think the Space Marine is going to be standing against it. But yeah, it's a tiny base. This is a 32 millimeter base. So this width of the base is 32 millimeters. There you go. Which is like a little more than an inch. The whole thing is pretty small. Dude, everyone I've shown in person Warhammer minis that are unfamiliar with them and that have seen pictures of like me painting some of them, the first thing they always say, and this has happened like 5 times now, that they are way smaller than they thought they were. They are pretty small, dude. Like the little mistakes are kind of exasperated a little bit on stream. Like for example, not getting the second pupil in that for you guys right eye is pretty apparent on stream. But like look, this size of my thumbnail. You know what I mean? Like it's not that big. Maybe I have very large thumbnails. I honestly didn't even notice that he had, like until I showed it to the camera like this, I didn't even notice he had pupils. Maybe my thumb is just fucking big, Nadia. There's no way to know. Maybe I have an insanely, maybe my thumb is just massive. My hands were a lot more shaky actually, like no joke. My hands were way more, I don't know. It is definitely something you can work on. I feel like very few professions would require like very tiny little bits of input. Maybe if you're a surgeon or something, you would be great at mini painting right from the start. But not a lot of professions really require you to be particularly precise. Yeah, it's 100% a skill issue. It's like doctors in training. Shaky hands is 100% a skill issue. I mean, what if I have tremors, Deckno? Inconsiderate, dude. Can't believe this. SMH, my head. Actually, Dylan mentioned that a bunch of times, that he figured out a way to do it, despite having tremors. So if you have tremors, maybe reach out to him. He's got some phenomenal work. Despite not having the most steady hands, you can still maybe figure out a way to get it done. It's kind of nice. I'm gonna mix some of the black together with some of the pale color. Mostly because I have it on my palette. And I want to highlight a tiny little bit of that horn. Guys, by the way, big weekend. Big weekend. Eurovision Song Contest. Holy crap, are you guys excited? I found out about this a few days ago. Huge. Once a year, all European countries cringe together as a lot of folks watch the Eurovision Song Contest. It is the most political, but they claim they claim that there are no politics involved anywhere. But it is one of the most political song contests you can ever witness. It's honestly insanely cringe. Australia is one of my favorite European countries, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Australia. Wait, no, that's not it. All right, Dick, no, you're just hating right now, okay? Fun fact, the Dutch entry for 2025 has 2 languages in the song for the Eurovision. Neither of the 2 languages is Dutch. It's English and French for some reason. Yeah, that's basically it, Deckno. Apparently a lot of French people were voting though for the Dutch entry because there is actual French in the Dutch song. Like it's called C'est la vie It's the most like kindergarten friendly level of French. C'est la vie, c'est la it's basically the whole, you know, like the first language or like the first lines you learn when you learn a new, it's great. Now I believe the Dutch singer, I think he's from Congo, if I'm not mistaken. So French is actually his first language before he moved to the Netherlands some time ago. So that makes it make a little bit more sense, I suppose. But I do think it's kind of ironic that we have a Eurovision Song Contest with like a song with 2 languages in it, but neither of them is Dutch. Colonialism, yep, there we go. You just read The Realm Lords of Lumineth? Ooh, I haven't read that one, Gideon. I do have one miniature that I really need to paint. It's not a miniature, actually, it's more like a maxiture. It's a very large mini. I love the large minis, but then they intimidate me to paint, so I don't paint them as quickly as I probably should. C'est la vie. Okay, any more or anything else we need to do on this guy? What do we think, gamers? Anything else we need to do on the little dude? On the sassy Nurgling? I think it's looking pretty nice. Took about an hour and a half. I think we use a little bit of varnish, just like with the rest of the mini. Just to make sure that we seal it and it will have the same level of finish as the other parts of the mini, because I already used the varnish on the rest of the miniature. This is ultra matte, meaning that the mini is going to be extremely matte, and some of the colors will probably dull a bit, but
Hi Loco.
hey,
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Loska. Thank you so much. 95 months. Woo, long time. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know what this now allows us to do, guys? Is glue the rest of the mini onto the base. Always the sketchy part of painting minis. Most streamers out there apparently avoid gluing miniatures live because you can easily fuck it up. I will fuck up gladly for you guys while on the internet. Hey, Tiger Shark. Tiger Shark's like, yes, I'm here for the fuck up. I'm excited to see this guy absolutely mess everything up. Let's go. Thank you. So first order of business is take him off of the base. And then we gotta, I actually gotta put on a glove real quick, because otherwise I'm gonna rub my paint off. There we go. Thank you very much, Tiger. Thanks, Tiger. All right, I gotta try and remove the little clips. Carefully. There's a tiny drop of super glue at the bottom. There we go. I'm a surgeon now. No, it's mostly that the, like my hands seem to be, I don't know. I rub paint off of my miniatures all the time. A lot of folks are saying they don't have that issue. But I think my hands are kind of acidic or something. I'm not sure what the problem is. But anyways, if I put on a glove, then I don't accidentally rub the paint off. So that's kind of nice. I gotta make sure that we remove some of the paint here from the bottom of the feet, so we can actually glue it down. And I gotta make sure that the little dent over there is smooth. Because paint doesn't really glue well. I do want it to be reasonably secure. Let me grab actually some good old sanding paper. Yeah, we don't have to sand it too smooth. It's okay like this. Okay. And then we're gonna decide how we fit this. How do we want it to stand? I mean, there's not really that many options. Very few options, actually. Okay. So, has my super glue glued itself shut again? Yep, it sure has. Dude, this super glue bottle is the absolute fucking worst I've ever had in my life. It's so good at gluing that it glues itself, which very suboptimal. There you go. Anyways, I'll put a little tiny blob of it onto my towel. Yeah, it's okay. We don't have to aggressively hold it anymore. I'll dip a little bit of glue onto the bottom of the feet, and then we just gotta place it down confidently. I think that's it. Pretty cool. Very nice. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. I do want to add a little bit of texture paint to the bottom of the Mini too, which takes a long time to dry. Maybe I'll be able to finish this guy tomorrow. I'm not sure, maybe not. It's actually still a little bit of work to do. Actually, while we wait a second for this to be fully dry, I wanted to add a tiny little scratch over here as well to the backpack. I didn't really add any weathering to the backpack yet. We can add a little bit of a just a bit of battle damage. It's a bit too clean. That Nurgling looks so proud of himself. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Very sassy. He stole the helmet successfully. Okay, so the last thing I want to go ahead and do is apply a little bit of this texture paint that I have. I have been using, we can use a couple different ones actually, it doesn't really matter, but I kind of like this, where is it? Ah, here it is. I kind of like this stuff. AK Muddy Ground. This is a giant tub that I will never ever finish, but it's basically just glue mixed with sand, mixed with like paint. I think that's what it is. It's kind of convenient though, because it lasts forever. Like I've used this on a lot of different minis. And yeah, Looks like we're barely getting started on it. Gotta be careful though that I don't get this onto the actual miniature itself, because that's the main problem. It can create a little bit of a mess. Maybe going in from the back is easier. No, no. Chat. No, no. I'm actually gonna use an old brush as well. This is an old shitty brush. It's a bit easier to move it around. Yo, we going, Gideon. Yeah, this stuff is very sticky, so it's not, I don't know, it's not easy to apply, but I haven't really found a better way to do this. You're dealing with a mini that is already mostly painted. I have not Soulsmith. Maybe random. I'm honestly kind of leaning towards random. I feel like for content it's kind of fun. And for salt it might also be good to play random. But we'll see. I'm currently trying out Orc for the first time, and I'm kind of liking all of them. Yeah. Playing random in Warcraft 3 as a content creator might be the way to go, to be honest. Very fresh, for sure. Hey, yo, Anonymous! Whoever you are, thank you so much. That is super generous of you. Oh, because it is an anonymous gifter, we do get every single one of the subs announced individually. The bot doesn't know how to how to manage that. But thank you very much. Rather than it saying, Anonymous gifted 10 subs, it will announce every single one of them individually. Thank you. Whoever you are. Could be Obama. Maybe it's Obama. Maybe not. Shout out to Obama, though, for gifting 10 community subs. I will assume it's Obama until the opposite is proven true. What if it's an American who absolutely hates Obama? Yo, thank you also, Echo Steel. That's the last time. That's the last time we get 10 gift subs. Careful. Yeah, I don't really want to go into the politics. No. American politics is always so much fun, though. Never never divisive at all. Everybody's always in agreement. Okay. Probably applying this in the slowest way possible, but it's okay. We'll get the job done. Is it possible to paint the base without larger... Oh yeah, absolutely strategic. It is called sub-assemblies. You can do it on small miniatures too. I do it for pretty much everything now, actually. I didn't start off really doing that very much, but sub-assemblies are very commonly used if you just care about painting. Most folks that do army painting don't really want to spend all the time, it seems, with sub-assemblies, because obviously it does make the whole process a little bit more complex. And it can be kind of annoying too, right? If you have to like glue it together afterwards. But I did it on this guy too with the head, for example. Like we still have to put the head on. This guy does have a face. Just like me, I also have a face, allegedly. But yeah, sub-assemblies are very, very commonly used in mini painting. Small models, big models. I think it's the way to go. I don't really need a ton of this texture paint. Just a little bit is nice. How do you do, fellow humans with heads? How do you do, fellow face havers? Wonderful day for using your eyeballs, isn't it? I too enjoy using my eyeballs. Just like all of you, other humans with faces. Okay. Trying to scoop a little bit of a rock over here too. Okay, how's that? Good enough, I think. So when that's fully set, it's going to take a little bit, but when that's fully set, it's going to make everything look nice. I do want to try and see if we can scrape off some of the stuff around the edges though, before it is fully set. So otherwise we can't get a nice clean rim. Maybe I should use sandpaper. But apparently my hands are pretty corrosive, so it's okay. Let me get some sandpaper too, just in case. Hey, thank you again, Anonymous. Thank you again, Echo Stahl. It's a very fine grit. So it shouldn't create any weird textures on the rim. Okay. Maybe I should have used tape. Maybe I should have like... Maybe I should have used tape. Like, make sure that the rim stayed clean. Yeah, using sandpaper on the rim is always... It's an ambitious play. Let's leave it at that. This is not for the faint of heart, Zeke. But I figured since it's almost the weekend, we can probably pull it off. We'll let it dry, I think, and if I need to send it down any further, we can always go ahead and do so. Looking pretty smooth, though. Feels smooth. Nothing quite like a smooth rim. Okay. Okay. So, that is where this mini stands for now. I need to still finish up the horn. And then, of course, the second guy hiding over there on top of the place as well. That guy is going to be a little bit annoying, actually, to paint. Because he is covered by loads of stuff that I would like to not have to deal with. Anyways, let me move this out of the way. And let me go grab some clean water so we can actually clean the brush. Because I can keep painting, but it is already past 3 p.m., which is like an hour longer than what I normally paint for. Let me see. I have a lot of StarCraft games, actually. I want to go ahead and have a look at as well. Do you guys want to join me with the microphone? Fine. We can go get clean water together. How fun is that? Oh my God, Milo. Oh, Toby. Toby and Milo both snuck into the bedroom. You guys aren't allowed in the bedroom, dude. There's 2 cats looking at me from... Sometimes I think my cats don't even care about my allergies. Sometimes I feel like they don't give a shit. I guess you guys can stay. Fine. I got my hands full, I can't move you. Plus, trying to remove 2 cats out of 1 room takes about 5 trips. I think the average is about 5. Show us? I can't, I can't. Bed reveal? No, we don't want a bed reveal, dude. They're taking a nap right now. Oh shit, my stuff is downstairs. Actually, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go grab some coffee, I'll clean my brushes downstairs properly. And then, I'll give you guys a moment.
Earlier this morning, my
snap.
dog got arrested. Apparently, he had unpaid barking tickets. That was rough.
Thank you, Quick McDurner. What the quack, dude? We have come pretty close now. So the only parts that are still left to be done are this little guy standing right over there and the little smoky thingy that he's holding in his hand. And then also the weapon casing. So the case of the weapon and then the strap that is hanging off of the back. Those are really the only parts that still need to be done. And then of course we need to add a nice black rim around the outside. Do we begin with the rim today? Normally I do the rim job at the very end, but maybe we should like, because it's kind of ugly, you know? Maybe sometimes you need to begin with the rim. Just a consideration to make. Oh God, I gotta sneeze. Hold up. Oh my God. I muted my microphone in time. Very nice. Whew. That was dangerous, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Zeke. I think sometimes it's a good idea to maybe just start with it. Let's do a little bit of black. I want to paint the rim. I want to paint the rim. A black rim job, I think, is the perfect way to start today's live stream. Let me see. I got some coffee. Also, my dry palette needs to become a wet palette. Man, painting miniatures is a very strange hobby. All right, there we go. We'll just do a good old little bit of black. Oh, also, I need to paint the horn. That giant horn that is sticking out of his shoulder pad. I almost forgot about that. We definitely want to make sure that we paint that one in. We'll do like 2 thin coats of the rim around the outside, which usually makes things look way nicer. Do want to be reasonably careful with this. After painting, by the way, today we're gonna do a little bit of Warcraft 3. And then after some Warcraft 3, it's time for the Patreon arcade night, which is always a lot of fun. Albeit a little bit less family friendly, usually. It depends on who joins, really. Some of the patrons like to use swear words. Oh, they use swear words, chat. Oh no. Oh no. Take it slow, Loco? Yeah, we want to do like two runs through them here. You never want to rush the rim. I'm also thinking about doing an all-round varnish when we are... So far, I've only done specific parts of the miniature. Specifically the plate armor and stuff. I've done those in a matte varnish. But I'm thinking I need to... Yeah, I'm thinking I may need to go ahead and do a... I don't know, like an all-over varnish. I don't really love the way that the plate armor, or like the for example, like the little metallic parts really look. The problem with using a matte varnish all over is that it's gonna dull down a lot of the metallics. Which is not the end of the world, but... I know, right, Maktovus? You would never make inappropriate jokes. You are a grown adult. You take life very serious. You would never just go around and, I don't know, spam something random like ducks in the chat. People that do that are far beneath you. Yeah, the Nurgling at the front is done, but we have a second Nurgling. There's 2 Nurglings on this guy. So there's another Nurgling right over here. I don't think I have the time, Rocco, but maybe. Maybe. Too many things to do. Now, I want to use a contrast paint for the little Nurgling on the shoulder. It kind of depends on how long this mini takes for me to finish, but I can imagine it's going to be a little bit tricky. So if I want to use a contrast paint, we're first off going to have to base coat the little guy, which is probably going to take several coats. So I'll get some wraith bone out. I will try to base coat some of these little details. Base coat usually, or Wraithbone rather, usually has some reasonably good coverage, but I don't want to goop up any of the details. So we'll do like a full-on coat all over the little guy. And I gotta be careful that I don't splotch this. So... I'll make sure that we don't really goop up any of the details. Because it's very easy to go ahead and do so. This guy is still green because I used the airbrush to apply a base coat for all of the armor and stuff, and this guy was collateral damage. Now the next series I'm planning on casting in StarCraft is going to be the GSL Code S, the Grand Finals. So that's going to be a pretty long series. I heard it's a banger though, so I don't know. If I have time, I'd love to do it today. Otherwise, we'll do it on Monday when I definitely will have all of the time in the world for it. But I want to try and see if maybe I can finish this mini today, because we are getting pretty darn close to it. And it'd be nice. Get another project done. There's something about finishing projects before Sundays. You know, Sunday is like my day off, you know? I like to begin the new week with a new... I mean, it really doesn't matter. We could just finish this thing on Monday. It really doesn't matter, but we'll see. The horn I can smudge over, that's fine. I may accidentally hit some of the other details surrounding this part, but I think it's okay. You're drinking Mango Loco? Mango Loco? I have no idea what that is, but I hope you enjoy it. Anything that has Loco in the name must be amazing. Pretty sure that's how it works. I've got some coffee. Coffee is also really nice. Careful, Loco. I've been thinking about a way about what race to main in Warcraft 3. And I keep coming back to random. I feel like random might be the way to go. Even though I'm loving Orc so far though. Orc's really fun at the moment. You bring only spelling mistakes today? Very nice. We need some spelling mistakes in the chat, dude. To balance out the professionalism of everybody else. Everybody always uses capital letters and periods, the occasional semicolon in the chat. We have a very sophisticated stream. Never any emojis either. Emojis are for children is what I've heard. Yeah, this is gonna take a couple of coats for sure. Probably should use a smaller brush for this part. We'll also base coat the flames, or smoke, or whatever it is. Not exactly sure what this even is really supposed to be, but it needs to be bright. There we go. I've been posting a lot of Warcraft 3 videos to my second YouTube channel. And it's actually gaining a little bit of traction. Like, videos actually get viewed. Isn't that crazy? There's like several thousand views on pretty much all of them. Which is kind of neat. Kind of feels like the olden days of making YouTube videos. I'm actually really liking the More Loco channel at the moment. It's really fun. I feel like the main channel is kind of set in like, this is what works and this is what the algorithm likes. So we do whatever the algorithm demands. Second channel, I feel like I'm just doing whatever. Which is kind of nice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Puberty hitting me hard. Which is kind of nice is what I was going to say. Oof. Jeez Louise. Dangerous. What's good on Bine Stark? Hope the move went well. Or are you in the middle of moving? I can imagine you're not done in one setting. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm growing up, Fiolka. Maybe soon I will also never use swear words ever again. Because much like you guys, I will be a grown adult. I'll even figure out how to use a semicolon properly. I'm just kidding, I won't be able to figure that out. Careful, Loco. It's like threading a needle over here. I should have probably base coated this a while ago. That would have been easier. Yeah, I'm already getting it on some of the copper. We'll have to touch some of the copper details up later. I could make this little guy green, actually. That would be easier. I was thinking about making it like a bright skin color. Maybe making it green would sort out a lot of my problems. Like a yellowish pucus green. Yeah, I think we're throwing the Gilliman Flesh plan out of the window. It's a cool idea, but there's a lot of little nooks and details here that I can't quite reach with the brush. And it's gonna look kind of funky when the whole mini is... Yeah, I think that's a good idea. New plan. Listen, everyone. New plan in the city. Or, no, law. New law. You haven't played video games for days, Rocco Girl? Days? Oh, no. That's too long. Hang in there. Before you know it, you will find yourself playing League of Legends. Be very careful, okay? These next couple of moments in your life are crucial. In a moment of vulnerability, you might have somebody saying like, hey, you wanna play, I don't know, all random, all mid? And since you are currently without video games for multiple days, you might be inclined to say, well, you know what, whatever, let's do it. Be very careful. League of Legends players know when the iron is hot, when the time is to strike. They can smell weakness. Don't let them, okay? Glad we got to the bottom of this. The best way to play League is to disable all chat. Yeah? That probably is true, actually. I haven't played League in a very long time. We already lost Brusik, yeah. We have already lost Brusik. Once upon a time, a strong video game player goes back home. First thing that happens when he gets back to the States, he gets corrupted. Okay, fine, we'll allow it, we'll allow it. You can play League of Legends if you want to. Fine. Don't tell me I didn't warn you, but okay. I also would like to base coat the horn in the meantime. I'm gonna base coat it with Ushapti bone. Just save a little bit of time. We need to wait until this thing is dry. So we may as well. Yo, have a good one, Beinstark. Moving, dude. How much fun is that? Everybody loves it. Well, you know what? Some people actually make it their hobby to move. Some people love moving. Some folks move every other year. I never quite understand that, though. I have neighbors like that too, dude. Some folks here that moved in, like, literally 2 years ago. And they're like, nah, we're just gonna go somewhere else. I mean, some people get divorced or whatever, right? Then you're like, okay, well, then it makes sense. But some folks just like moving. Wouldn't be me. Did I pre-order some of the new Thousand Suns? No. I feel like very few people need to be pre-ordering Warhammer minis. Unless you're really excited for some, but I think the majority of Warhammer painters have multiple projects ready to go. Ooh, there's a hair. Got it. Did anybody get new pre-orders today? Thousand Suns do look pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. They do look pretty cool. Plus you get to paint pink Space Marines too. Pink Space Marines is kinda hype. Okay, let's continue the coating one more time on the little guy. Oh, that's the Emperor. Wait, hold up. Oh, Thousand Suns. Thousand Suns is obviously the magician dudes. I'm getting I'm getting the different Space Marines mixed up. What's good on Louis? You ordered the Codex and a Chaos Rhino? What does a Codex do? Maybe a dumb question, but I have no idea why anybody buys a Codex. Maybe a dumb question, but I see them being released all the time. There are rules? Rules for what? For like playing the army? The patch notes? They're patch notes? What's going on, Gideon? It contains rules, lore, and artwork? Okay. That's a little old school, isn't it? Thank you, Louie. Trying to see if we can maybe potentially finish it today, but still some details that need to be flushed out. And base coating over a pretty dark color with a brighter color is always tricky, so it's taking a little bit. I think it's pretty good though. I think like this is probably good enough for at least the little guy. I'm gonna base coat him with some Plaguebearer Flesh, which is a greenish, yellowish paint. So he should still stand out to the rest of the mini quite nicely. But at least he, you know, he doesn't have to be like perfectly covered, I guess is what I'm trying to say. With white. Oh, the Codex rules are available online, so people just like having the physical book. Okay, fair. I mean, it is kind of nice as part of a collection, right? Sounds like a collector's item type of thing. I'm sure the artwork is really sick. Trying to get a nice strong base coat of this, but it's gonna take quite a few layers. Okay. Rules are quite a scam on Games Workshop site. In fact, the rules updates come online from a so-called balance data slate. However, in order to use the official rules in the Warhammer app, you need to unlock it via a code, which is at the end of the paper codex. Really? Well, that's kind of scummy. I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Dude, I planted this a few days ago. I got some grass for my cats. Look at this. I planted this. This is completely unrelated to anything. But I planted this 3 days ago, Wednesday, when I didn't stream. I just put them in some dirt. These are just like some like specific like grass that cats like to eat outside. Supposedly this is really good for their digestion. But anyways, I planted these seeds a couple days ago. And they're already coming up so fast. Kind of insane. All right, blow dry. Blow dry time. Kind of sick. I'm farming. I'm growing plants from seeds, dude. How hype is that? I'm gonna do a little bit of Plaguebearer contrast paint. And we'll dilute it, I guess. We should probably dilute it a little bit. Just because I don't know how strong this color is. No, I don't have a grow light on them. I just put them near the window. I guess I put the sun on top of them, Louis. And when you think about it, the sun is the ultimate grow light, right? It grew all of us. How do you do, fellow sun enjoyers? I mean, I try to avoid it as much as I can, but... It's a very large grow light. Okay, let's see. So I want this to look pretty, pretty gross. Gross and pukey, that's what I'm going for. Sadly, this guy is not super sharp. I feel like the rest of the mini was sharper than this thing. I'll switch to the slightly smaller brush. This little nurgling is annoying. We'll use this as the starting point, I suppose. The little guy on the base looks a hell of a lot nicer though. Okay. Trust the process, I suppose. Maybe I'll do a coat of like pure plague bearer flesh. We'll see. This is my first time. How did I get so good? Yo, thank you. This is my first time playing or painting a Death Guard. Pretty happy with how it's coming along. I haven't been playing much lately, Element, but I do still do a ton of casting. I love casting StarCraft. Playing as a Zerg player right now is not the most fun. And in a strange way, I feel like I'm less biased when I only cast. Like when I play, I start getting a little bit more, I don't know, I view the game more one-dimensionally, I suppose. When I just cast, I feel like I do a more fair job. Which sounds kind of silly, maybe. I could play random, obviously, but when I try to really rank up, I've always played pretty much exclusively Zerg for like ranking up. I notice when I cast all games from the Zerg's perspective, which is not ideal. I'm gonna do one more layer of base coating, I think, on the flames. They need to really be bright. $40K is more popular with Age of Sigmar as a small-scale game mode. Yeah, a lot of people like to play Spearhead, it seems. And I will say that I think across the board, the 40K minis are not as nice as the Age of Sigmar minis. The Age of Sigmar minis just look cooler to me. I know that that is like personal preference and all that, but the Age of Sigmar minis are really nice. I mean, obviously, it seems like the designers, I guess, are a little bit more free-flowy. Like, they seem to be able to do whatever they like. 40K, I guess, is a little bit more rigid in a lot of ways. You got 2 spearheads for AOS and then a points army for 40K. That makes sense. I have 1 spearhead box. I have only painted 1 mini of it though. I think I'll hit it with the pure Plague Bearer Flesh one more time to like strengthen the color a bit. Or maybe I should use a wash on it instead. I think I'll do that. Okay. Need it to be nice and dark. Nice and dry. Yeah. We'll do a little bit of pure Plague Bearer Flesh. I think it's probably a good idea. There's a hair. This is not that strong of a color. I thought it was actually a little bit stronger than this. We'll go in, of course, with some regular good old paints in a moment. You went with Seraphon and OC Arc Bone Reapers? Okay. And then Tau and 40K? Weren't you saying Tau is the most expensive army in 40K? Didn't you say that yesterday? Dang, I didn't know you were a baller, Shiny. It's not the most expensive, but it's up there? Okay. What is the most expensive army? Like if you had to, like per point, what would be the most expensive Warhammer army to play? Sure, this is a commonly discussed question, but I'm not really familiar with it. Probably Skaven? I guess something like Skaven Tyranids or something that takes just a lot of minis. AdMech, has it beat in cost per point? Okay. No idea what AdMech is. But I see. It also depends on the list. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, is Admech Adeptus Mechanicus? The Mechanicum, I guess? They're fucking cool though, lore-wise. I love the Mechanicum. Ah, that's it, okay.
Well, hello
Yo,
there.
what's up?
Have a good one, logo and chat. Just dipping in for saying hi. Low high and spending Lennies.
Thank you very much. Lord Vanisher for the 57 months. Thank you for dropping your prime. Hope all is well, dude. Have a nice weekend, if you can't stay. Well, actually, if you can't stay, you may still have a nice weekend. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. How generous. You are having a great weekend so far? Nice. Let me just open up the reference art of this mini real quick. Plague Marine Champion. Okay. We should probably try to paint the whole little guy first. This is good. It's a good chance I'm gonna be splotching some of the other details anyway. I would like to do maybe a little bit of like shading with some purple. I used some Dricky Violet on some of the other parts. I think it's a good idea to maybe use that as well on some of this. Oh, sick. I cleaned them today. Okay, let me just make sure again that I have a fully dry face. Just a quick one, just a quick one. I'm not following a direct tutorial for this one, mostly because I couldn't find any. But I have watched many painting tutorials though. I've watched a load of YouTube videos on miniature painting. Because people do some cool ass shit. Okay. We'll try to add a little bit of bruising with purple to the open belly of the guy. Because he's got some cuts all over his body. Trying to make sure that we don't get anything too crazy. Although I feel like we can kind of go around a little bit more and just feather it out some. Because this guy is... He's not living a happy life. Well, he's pretty, you know, at least he's smiley, but I can imagine he's all bruised up and it kind of hurts. Thank you, Gideon. Man, you guys have been very generous with your compliments on my mini painting lately. It's cool, guys. Glad you're all... Yeah, means a lot. I try my best. It's very fun. Bro has a load of boils over here on the back of his head. It's a bit difficult to reach them all, but I think we can kind of do a similar idea. And then blend them out some.
Mini, that huge low cry.
Hey, thank you very much, Dr. Mosey. No, this mini is tiny. This mini is very small. Here's my thumb. It's, here's a Lenny for scale, Dr. Mosey. What else do I have for scale? I don't know. Anyways, thank you very much for the 92-month resub. I appreciate it. I need to get the tweezers, dude. There's a little shiny bit. I don't know. What have I got for scale to like put it in perspective for folks? I don't know. What do I have over here that like many of you may have? A computer mouse. Here we go. It's about the size of the, not quite the size of the left click. It's pretty small. No, I think this guy's maybe like, I don't know. I don't know how tall you would be in centimeters, but definitely bigger than 3 centimeters though. Probably more like, I don't know, 10 to 15. So the base is 32 mLs, or mm's rather, 32. So the base across is 3. So I think this guy is maybe like 10 centimeters tall. Like 4 inches. You know what else is 4 inches tall? Many of the other miniatures I've painted so far. Many of them. A lot of them are actually just about this size. You have a oh, you also have a miniature, Dr. Mosey. Sick. You love to hear it. Wiener jokes. Everybody loves wiener jokes. Everybody loves it, dude, 100%. The Pope? Maybe inappropriate for him to now make wiener jokes, but he must have made many wiener jokes in his days. Okay, I'm gonna start adding a little bit of highlighting to this guy. And we'll use mostly the same colors, I guess, as I did on the other parts of the mini. So we'll use some, maybe I should use some yellows actually, just to differentiate them. We have some yellows on the mini too. Yeah, we'll use some yellows, I think, to highlight them. I'll start with some pretty bright. Maybe this will too bright, I don't know. Okay, I'll start with something a little bit less bright. Maybe I should actually go with like a... I think I'll do that. Yeah. We'll use some like skin tones for highlighting it. I'll mix in a little bit of the Plague Bearer flesh. Contrast to start. But we'll try to do some... Man, I'm losing hair like crazy, man. There's fucking hair everywhere I go. This time around, it's my hair, it's not my cat's. Baltco TV, hello? I also need to make sure that we shade the back of his mouth. Maybe I'm molding Diaboli. Maybe, dude. I have way too much hair at the moment. I'm getting a haircut on Friday. No. Wednesday. Wednesday. Huge. I think I've had like literally 1 haircut so far in 2025. I've never let my hair grow this long. Yeah, I think it's been one haircut. Kind of wild. I'm turning into a cat, slowly but surely. That's the dream. Hey,
You
Crocs!
paint better and better every time I come by the stream logo. Congrats.
Thank you! Dude, more compliments? Ay, ay, ay. Thank you. I'll try to emphasize some of the bruising over here too, just to make it look extra gross. Same for the eye socket. When I first started painting, I figured we were like a decade away from me being able to paint something for a competition, but maybe we can do it before that, Gideon. I don't know though. I feel like painting competitions must also be kind of painful. Maybe not very fun. Maybe one day. We'll see. Okay, let's begin some of the highlighting. So I'll start with a little bit of the Plague Bearer, and we'll mix that in with like some Screaming Skull or something to get some brighter colors going. I think we won't be able to finish the mini for today. No, it's still quite a bit of work. Don't really want to rush anything. Okay, try and do some highlighting. Things always take longer than you think. At least with mini painting, I notice I'm terrible at estimating how long something is gonna take. What's up, Techno? Good morning. Afternoon. Trying to add some soft highlights here. Some pretty thin layers. Now, even though this thing is very small, like this little guy over here, could still spend an easy couple hours on it if I'm not careful, which is okay, but don't really want to rush it. gonna Tiger Shark. Happy weekend. Okay. I've mixed in a little bit more of the Screaming Skull. So a little bit more of the off-white. It's gonna make it all a little bit brighter. Trying to follow these skin folds. He's got a lot of skin folds to follow. Hashtag relatable. Oh, sorry, did I move it out of the screen, Amir? My bad. Thank you for letting me know. Sometimes that happens. I usually look at the screen to make sure that I'm within the frame, but sometimes I move a little too far. I think that's the live streaming standard though. When you do mini painting, which is a couple seconds. Ah, okay. Bro has some giant boils on his back. Okay. Getting there. With the base coating of the little dude. Hey, thank you, Spasmo. Or SP9Samo17. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you. Let's paint in the teeth. Probably will take a few coats. And I probably also want to try and see if we can paint in the eye sockets. I'll use the same color as I did yesterday for the other guy. Do we know which mini is next? I honestly haven't decided yet, Gideon. I think we should paint a larger mini. I have a couple options, but I don't know yet which one. Maybe I should let you guys vote. I did not yet finish the Space Wolf, no. I also have a half-finished Tyrannid right in front of me. Maybe I should finish them first. Oh, I don't really, I don't paint them to sell them. Gonna add a little bit of red over here to this, to this gut that is hanging out. You looking forward to seeing the Space Wolf done? Yeah, so I've been painting up the base coats of the Space Wolf. It is kind of nice. I'm using purple for the shadows there, which is kind of neat. Don't love that. Not loving that whole section. I do still have a Gideon, yes. It's on the top of my shelf. It's out of sight, out of mind, but I do have it. You really like the color scheme of this one? This is the official color scheme for the most part. But it is really nice, I do agree. I don't have all the quote-unquote official paints, but they're not really necessary, right? Also, I think we can kind of just smear it a little bit. Trying to darken up the recessed parts here of the eye socket. We can add a little bit of brown into the mix too, probably not a bad idea. Feather out some of that part. Yeah, this thing is so freaking smooth. It's so, For this one, I've actually used almost only Citadel paints, Demir. I've gone all the way back to really liking them again. I don't know. I've used a lot of Citadel paints for this. After saying I didn't like them, I've been liking them more and more again recently. Yeah, Army Painter paints are awesome, I agree. Well, I had a problem. So I used a yellow of the Army Painter Fanatic line on my Auric, which is the most recent mini I finished before this one. And I just thought it looked ugly, so I switched it up. I like stripped the paint off of the armor, and then I redid it with the Citadel yellows. I used Averland Sunset for the base coat, and it looked way better. So while I was previously kind of writing off most of the Citadel paints, maybe it was user error, maybe I just did something wrong, I don't know. But anyways, I thought the result looked really nice. So I've been kind of revisiting some of the paints I already had, and I've been really liking them. So yeah. I feel like in general though, there's a lot of really good paints out there in 2025. Like, it's hard to go wrong. Hey.
Then you can try them all.
Buy the store? No, I don't think we need to buy every single paint. Buying every paint goes a little far. I already have quite a nice setup of paints though. My collection has grown maybe a little bit beyond what is necessary. Do you guys want to see? I don't know if I can show you properly. Can I? Oh, you can. I have a few, yeah, we have a few paint racks. But there is still room for more, cool stream. We're slowly getting there. Thank you, man. My nail polish collection is one of my proudest accomplishments. One day I'll be as fabulous as you. Oh, the dream. No, these are acrylic paints. So I've actually moved every single one of my Citadel paints into dropper bottles, which is definitely recommended, although it does take way too much time. So maybe don't do it. Nah, it's not too bad, honestly. Oh, we're gonna try a new game actually, Kazijun. I think it's called Spy something. I'm not exactly sure on the name. We're gonna try something new for the arcade night. Should be fun. I think it's like an Among Us, but then there's also NPCs. And I believe everybody can kill everybody. Sounds like an excellent arcade night game. I think I need to try and unify my colors a little bit. Because I'm not really liking how some of this looks. I think I'll do like one full coat all over with some of the diluted Plague Bearer flesh. Because some of it looks a little bit patchy. It's gonna darken the whole thing down a bit, but we can highlight over it again. I spilt my Agrax. Within like my second month of painting minis, I managed to spill my entire Agrax Earthshade. It was like 3/3, 3/3? 3/4 empty afterwards. Okay. Gonna try and just apply this pretty much all over. Some of the colors look a little bit chalky. Doing like a thick layer first, and I will soak up any excess before it dries. Okay. Little guy's coming along. Let's paint the little smoke detail as well. I'm gonna use a little bit of Apothecary White. Which is fully separated. Look at this shit. Oh my god. I haven't used this paint in months. Gotta shake the shit out of this. Where's my paint vibrator? I actually have my paint vibrator. Yeah, this stuff separates a lot. I have a paint vibrator thingamajig that I got off of Alibaba.com. It's very noisy. It's very noisy, but pretty good. There we go. Yeah, it was like 10 bucks. No longer separated. Yeah, you can also shake it with your hands. I also added like a little mixing bowl. Like a little metal bowl. That also did the job quite nicely. If you just drop one of them into those Citadel dropper bottles, kind of does the trick. Do we dilute this at all? We probably want to dilute this a little bit. We'll mix it in a little bit. So this is another contrast paint, a very runny paint. But it should be quite nice for, oh shit. I got a little bit of green. I spilled it. Well, that's unfortunate. Man, we're using all the tools today. Blow dryers, paint mixers, the whole shebang. Alternatively, what you can do is patience. I know. There's very little advantage to being a 300 APM miniature painter, but technically it's an option. I want to get Loco and Age of Sigmar Elf Mini. Oh shit, you want to buy me miniatures? Elf minis? I don't even know which, what are the elves? Ba, 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 ba. Oh, there we go. Little bit of contrast paint. I think we can just highlight this with pure white. I'll start with some Wraithbone for highlighting, but we can work our way up to like pure white for the smoky bits. Dude, there are so many minis that I look at and I'm like, ooh, that'd be cool. And then there's a bunch where I'm like, I don't know about that one. A lot of shiny toys. You think the Light of Eltharion is the coolest mini for elves? I don't even know what that is. What is the elf faction? Is this like the old world? Because I know in the old world they have like high elves and shit. Wood elves? Yeah, Slanesh is cool, but Slanesh also has to be pretty clean, I think. And painting clean minis is pretty tough. That's why I kind of like this guy, because it's... I mean, I've painted this guy pretty clean, actually, but technically it's a, you know, it's a Nurgle mini. Lumineth Realm Lord. Ah, okay. I have one Lumineth Realm Lord miniature in a box that I have not yet painted. And I've been saying I'm going to paint it for a while, but I've still to do it. I have painted Slanstar Master, actually. I'm glad you guys have the same taste in minis as me. Seems like I'll get a lot of like, I haven't painted that many. Out of the entire like catalog of Warhammer miniatures, I have painted like single digits percentage, you know, like very few. But I see a lot of folks that are recommending the ones I've already painted, which is nice. I have painted Slanstar Master last year. A toad on a throne. And I actually did pick up. I lied yesterday. Yesterday I said I had only spent like 50 bucks on Warhammer minis. And then I realized I lied. I realized I lied after the stream. Where is it? I would never lie to you guys, but hey, it was an accident. Where is it? Wait a second. Pulling frantically open every single one of my drawers. Huh? Maybe I should paint that one next. What the fuck? Where'd it go? Ah, found it. Ba-da-da-da. Another toad on the throne, but this one is the named figure. Lord Croak. Super cool miniature. Look at that frowny face. Yeah, very cool miniature. Also pretty big. I would also really like to paint this one. I think the Mangler Squigs could be really fun. These are very nice minis. These are big, but also they're like two separate guys, I guess, and then a bunch of little goblin dudes that are riding them on their backs. I love the movement on this type of mini. Very fun. Yeah, so I'm showing you guys, I guess, which ones I still have to paint. This one I have had for half a year. This is the Troggoth King. No, I don't really love the new Fulgrim Mini that much. I like the older ones that they did for Horus Heresy quite a bit more. The new Fulgrim Mini, I don't know. It's cool, it's a nice mini, but it's not my favorite. And it's very big and expensive too, so I don't know. Any plans on doing Imperial Guard or Loyal Space Marines? Loyal? I mean, I've been painting up a Space Wolf. Are they loyal? I think they are. They're absolute pricks, but technically they're imperialists, I guess. In this house, we don't recognize the Emperor. Oh! That one, Inquisitor! That one right there! They're loyal to the furry lifestyle? Hell yeah. Okay. Little bro over there, together with his little smoky bowl, coming along. Slowly but surely, but he's coming along. Trying to decide what else we can mix in. We can highlight the guts. Always nice. Nothing quite like highlighting guts. Do you think my guts in real life are highlighted? I hope not. As a matter of fact, I don't think they've ever seen the light before. They've been operating in perpetual darkness. Shout out to my guts. I should highlight them? I don't know, dude. I would like to keep them inside of my body for a while longer. Thanks, thank you. What is the holdy thing you have the mini on? How does it attach? It's a, basically they have like these little different, I don't know, these like plates that you can use. And it just like slides on top of it, which is kind of nice. I use a lot of these handles these days, no? Which is just a quirk. That's true, Modu. They do go through a lot of shit. Maybe I can add a couple of these yellow highlights as well, just like I did to the wrist. We have a lot of pustules all over the Mini. Right over there on the little guy, on the front, on the leg. We have some as well on the back of the head. Maybe I gotta add some as well to this guy. They're lovely. They are lovely. Ga je weg? Wat heb je voor cadeautje? Wat heb je voor cadeautje? Oh. Is this a demon language? Yes. Are we sure that Dutch is even a real thing? He's got a little dot right over here. There we go. Tiny little bit of yellow. Oh, you know one thing I have that I haven't used since the painting the Glotkin? I have some of the Nurgle's Rot. Daddy Nurgle's Rot. I forgot about that stuff. There's a texture paint that is supposed to add loads of grossness. Yeah, the paint is literally called Nurgle's Rot. I think it's supposed to be a really nice pukey thing, you know what I mean? Everybody loves it. What's going on, Formless Void? I'm gonna add a little bit more shading again to the teeth because they're too bright. So it is this stuff right over here. It is also entirely separated, it looks like, because I don't think it's supposed to have this like white layer on top. I haven't used this in like half a year. I did use a little bit of this already. It's basically a very glossy green type of stuff, which is kind of cool actually. Maybe we should use it. I am once more gonna have to use the paint shaker though, guys. Sorry for all the random noise today on stream. I will have to shake both of these properly. I hope you don't mind. Should I mute my microphone? Maybe I should. Maybe it's the right thing to do. Will I mute my microphone? No. I don't even know if it works. I hope it does. This is the content you're here for? All right. At least that's something. Yeah, this stuff is gross. This stuff really is kind of nasty. We don't need a whole lot of it, but maybe to mix in, I don't know, a little bit into the guts might not be a bad idea. Same for this little guy over here at the base. We can add a little bit of Nurgle's Rot. Into the open wound. This basically creates a really nice glossy paint. I could even add some of it to the base. Like a little puddle. You even see it? There you go. Tiny little bit of green. Should we add some to the base? I think that's kind of fun. I did this on the Glotkin. I'm just gonna do it. Little pockets of grossness. Add some as well in between the plants. It's like they're standing in a puddle of whatever they're standing in. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they are the puddle. Maybe they're the reason the puddle is there. I haven't really done a particularly fancy base on this guy. Because there isn't really a whole lot of room, but this can add some variety, I think. Do I have a favorite Chaos faction? I mean, I do really like anything Nurgle related. I also really do like anything Slanesh related. I think both of those are really fun. I don't know if I have like one favorite faction though. You love Chinch? Chinch? I still don't know how to pronounce that. I do have a Lord of Change that also needs painting. Speaking of Change. The only one I have nothing from is Corn. I don't have anything from Corn. I have a lot of Corn Hub, but I've been told that is something different. Chinch. Yeah, I actually bought a Lord of Change with a huge discount, and it took like 3 months to arrive. And I actually kind of thought I got scammed, but then it showed up, which is kind of cool. That's this mini right over here. It's a little big. I don't really know anything about Cinch, however you pronounce it. We have too many cool minis to paint, guys. Maybe I should do the Lord of Change. Lord of Change is really cool. I'm gonna add a little bit as well of the Blood for the blood god. You got the new combat patrol, the one that went on pre-order today. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't really need to buy anything new. I don't want to get too carried away over here. Creating the bloody guts, but... Okay. His teeth are very, very small. I'm definitely gonna go with the two heads on the Lord of Change. There's a named one, and then there is a regular one, I think. I definitely would like to go for the named figure. We can add a little bit of Nurgle's Rot here as well, maybe to the top of the head. No, I think that's dumb. Never mind. Take it back. Gonna wipe it off. I would have to shade that thing down a little bit. I also want to try and create this eye socket. It's a little bit smaller. Kairos. Yeah, no, you're right. It is called Kairos. Let me shade the top of the head a little bit with some more of the purple. Just to frame that pustule a little bit more, you know? You don't want to have a pustule just sitting out in the middle of nowhere. You need a little bit of framing. You want it to look nice and bruised all around. Hashtag relatable. What's going on, Echo? I'm gonna try and add the eyeballs as well onto this little guy. Always a dangerous part of painting minis. Can we just all hold our breath together so I can try and paint in an eye socket? That'd be great. Step 1, lick the brush. Accomplished. Step 2, load the brush. Step 3, paint the eye. That's one. It was better the first time. I went back in for seconds. Never go back in for seconds. We'll have to fix it. Yeah, I have the guy's head, but it's on a little stick, just so I can paint this part. It's right over here. Okay. Touch up the posture again. Thank you, Nikki. I need to actually still add one tiny little line to the eye socket here. I would like to make the eye socket slightly smaller. Like the bottom eyelid. The eye is just a little too large. Can add a little bit more of a highlight over here. I love the pale pink skin on the small one. This guy at the bottom. I painted that one yesterday, so if you're interested, there's a full VOD of that for yesterday's stream. I'll be publishing it to YouTube as well in the near future, but... Same playlist, Echo, yes. Same playlist. Okay, little guy is pretty much finished, I think. Camera! Still have to highlight the flames. I think we can probably just use pure white for it, to be honest. Might be a bit too strong, so I'll mix in a little bit of Wraithbone. Maybe do some final highlights with some white. And then we can glue in the main head. Gluing in the main head is always going to be a little tricky. Okay. But anyways, let's do the flames first. I'll do a mix of white and Wraithbone for now. I want to try and follow the edges here of the flames. Now, these are very well pronounced on the model. So I can mostly just use the side of the brush. Hey, by the way, if you guys are new here, don't forget to hit the follow button. I stream most days. Won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. But I will be live again after today. I mean, I'm gonna be live for quite a few more hours, but gonna be live for like another 6 hours today. But if you are enjoying yourself, hit the follow button. And if you're really enjoying yourself, you can also hit subscribe to directly support me. Maybe you have Prime available, who knows? It is appreciated, entirely optional. But it allows me to do what I do for a living. Which is nice. Should I unfollow and then follow again? You could. Yo, Logic. He had a Prime available. Let's go. Thank you, Logic. Appreciate that. My sellout was successful. Huge. Oh my god, game on!
Low prime, you. Ooh.
Wait, 84 months? Holy crap, that's a long time. Also, is that what I think it is? We have 60, 72, we have 7 years! No. Yes? Yeah, we do! Holy crap. Huge. Thank you so much, Game On. Using a Prime successfully. Hell yeah. Appreciate that. We'll do some pure white highlights. Do I have any tips on painting figures? I mean, that is a very broad question. I think you should use a brush, Jan. Try use a brush. This is pure white. Yo! Echo gifting us up to Acro and triggering a hype train? Let's fucking go, gamers! Gonna be rich. Huge. Let's try and break the world record, okay? We need a level 111 hype train. This is only gonna take about $500,000, I think. But we get to break a world record, guys. Come on. Huge. Okay, no, I don't think that's gonna happen. I would be very surprised. Also, I would probably get a heart attack. So, you know, maybe don't. No, the pirate software record actually was already broken, Gideon. By, I kid you not, an AI streamer. Like, not even an actual person. A literal artificial intelligence. Yeah? We live in 2025, old man. I kid you not. Yeah, Neurosama broke the hype train world record. It's pretty wild, actually. It's pretty crazy. No, it doesn't cost anything over here, Multifrost. So we got that going for us. Huge. Sick value. Okay. I prefer my streamers made out of meat. Yeah, you're more of like a flesh tuber kind of guy? Fair. I also absolutely hate the term flesh tuber, by the way. But somebody said it to me and it's very funny. Apparently you have VTubers and flesh tubers. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. We gotta do the horn. We could definitely paint in or glue in the head though. Should we paint in or glue in the head? I think we should. I am gonna have to put on my little plastic glove though, because otherwise I am going to mess everything up. Where is it? When you think about it, we are all flesh tubers. Speak for yourself, I'm an AI. This has been a long-running social project. Yeah, it's a very cursed word. I'm gonna use a tiny drop of super glue, just the tiniest amount for it. I'll just put that on my little bathroom tile. And I'll have to try and snap this guy off of his base. Oh man, where's my pliers? I tidied up my place this morning. Never tidy up, guys. Never tidy up. Oh, I would love to become a cyborg one day, Dictator. I plan on living forever. And if that doesn't work, I'll settle for 150 years. Don't want to be too greedy. Ever since I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Okay, so the idea is to add a tiny little drop of glue to the bottom of the guy's head, and then we want to stick it in here. Now, it's going to be a little bit twiddly. Yo, thank you. Continuing the hype train. Maybe I should use tweezers for it. I might scrape off some of the paint though if I'm not careful, but I did varnish this, so it's probably fine. Thank you very much, Echo. Man, this guy's got to be mostly hidden by the freaking armor. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it, and then we try to push it in place. Okay, here we go, YOLO. Dip it in some glue. Try to position it before it dries, which doesn't take a long time. I do kind of want to see his face a little bit, if possible, because I spent effort trying to paint it. Okay. Okay. It's coming along. Good thing I spent so much time painting the back of his head and like the little piece of plate armor over there and the pustules and stuff. So visible, huh? I should be a bomb diffuser. Steady hands confirmed. The celebratory hype train. Very good. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the Nurgle's rot. No, these are Loren's tweezers. She bought new ones. Don't worry about it, Demeister. I learned, and I didn't even know that this was a thing, but apparently tweezers only last a certain amount of time. Did you guys know that? I thought you bought tweezers once, and then, you know, you just kind of use them forever, but apparently they kind of lose their edge, and then you have to buy new ones. What the fuck? How weird is that? Yeah, but you probably don't tweeze a whole lot, Echo. Like, I use my tweezers to, like, tweeze out every single one of my hairs. All of them. My whole body. Except, you know, from my, my neck and up. It's very painful, let me tell you that much. I want to add little bits of highlighting still to the main armor. I need to add little dots. I forgot doing this for some reason in the past. I'm a representative of the big tweezer corporation. It is definitely true that you need to go. Yeah, absolutely. That's it, Orb. Big Tweez. Big Tweez knows what's up. No, apparently the tweezers that I may or may not have taken without asking apparently were kind of bad anyways. Actually, I don't remember. I think I did ask her. Having tweezers, though, for mini painting is very useful. Dude, having this guy's head on looks way nicer. Makes a big difference. Yeah, we're just gonna go past every single one of these locations. There's a lot of them. This is the brightest color I used for the highlighting. I think I originally meant to make some of these metallic, but I don't really like the idea anymore. So we're not doing that. Can you use a knife sharpener for tweezers? I would imagine so. Just a little difficult. What's going on, Cylindra? Good. Bro has loads of little studs all over his armor. Hey, yay, yay. Now, I wanted to make, I think, some of these metallic, but it's a lot of work and it doesn't really change anything. I do not need new tweezers, not for mini painting. How many studs do you generally have on your plate armor, Chad? This guy has dozens. And if I slip, it's gonna look ugly, so we have to be kind of focused. You have 69, 42? Okay. Different marks of plate armor, I guess. I also never added a highlight, it seems, to this guy. You have about 350? Glad to hear you guys have your plate armor. I wear my plate armor pretty much all the time, except for on stream, because it's just inconvenient, but other than that, pretty much around the clock. Okay. The other leg. I think these are actually supposed to be metallic, but I'm not gonna make these metallic. I'll just pretend that these are stamped into the armor. Probably makes more sense anyway. But these are very tricky to reach. Okay, the other glove. Have I considered buying the Grandmaster 4000 tweezer set? Dang, Big Tweezer came out in full force today. Is this like the new Nimbus 3000? I was thinking about that recently, dude. Do you think Harry Potter was actually good at playing Quidditch? Or did he just have a better broom? Because like if you're really good in Formula 1 but you have a shitty car, you're not gonna be able to win. Maybe he was strongly mediocre, but he won because of money. Also, where did Harry Potter's money come from anyways? Like, sure, his parents left him some money, but where the fuck did they get their money from? Didn't his dad, like, work for the Ministry of Magic or whatever? What's going on, man? Something's fishy. He had no fear of crashing? I guess that's true, yeah. Oh my god, they had life insurance? And it got put into a fucking pile of gold that they put in a vault? Maybe Harry Potter's parents did not trust the government very much, so they decided to just live in gold instead. I don't know, dude. Yeah, I think his dad was like an auror or something, right? Which I think is basically like a wizard cop. He took a lot of bribes, I guess. Okay, so we have 2 parts that still need to be painted. And I think I'll do those on Monday. We have to paint the thingy over here, and then we have to paint the gun casing and some of the small details there. It doesn't take a ton of work. I could finish it today, but maybe we should wait until Monday instead. I wanna add like one little tiny little dot on top of each of these. Teeth. Okay. Okay, so at least we have the whole family together. The 2 Nurglings and the Death Guard Space Marine. Pretty cool, right? We'll finish it on Monday. I think that's the smart thing to do. Guys, today we finish this. Really, the only part that needs to be done is the horn hanging off of the side of the armor on the shoulder pad. And then, of course, we also got to do the weapon casing. But most of it is done. The whole mini is glued together, and we need to do some finishing touches as well on some other parts. Should be okay. Where do we start, guys? Do we do the weapon casing first, or do we do the horn first? I'm okay with either. I think I want to do the horn like a little bit darker towards the base. That seems kind of fun to me. We love horns. A lot of horns in the chat. You love to see it. Okay, we'll shade it first with some Agrex. Honestly, this shouldn't take too long. This should not really be that much time to finish. Just gonna do a full-on overcoat with Agrex Earthshade. I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Rocco. It is true. I did shower today. How not very nerdy of me, but it is what it is. I wiped off the quintessential gamer smell. I know, sad days. Trying to make sure that we run this paint specifically on all of the little nooks and crannies that are all over the horn, which is why these paints are really nice, because they're super runny and they run into all of the little nooks. I honestly could do it pretty easily. Like, I don't think this horn really needs to be too elaborate. Maybe I'll do like a bit of a fade. I want to make sure we don't have anything too fancy here. No crazy pooling. But that already makes it look a little tidier. Okay, while we wait for that to dry, I think I'll do the base coating on some of the tiny details here. So I think I want to just do the weapon casing in a pretty simple black. And then the cable that's going around it, that one can be in like a brown, I think. We could make that black too, but... let's see. I think we'll make it a leathery strap. We'll use this for the base coat on the strap. Let's go on blade. We also have a little pouch actually that I need to paint. So let's do a tiny little bit of base coating here. So we'll do some brown. I don't know, maybe like a brighter color of brown for the little pouch. And then black for the weapon casing. I think that'll be nice. And then we have a couple of tiny silver details too that we'll have to paint that are on the weapon itself, or some metallic details. But it's coming along. Rare that you get to catch a stream this early. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Well, welcome back. I am almost done with another miniature blade. We're getting there. What's up, Roman? How are you doing today? Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, or good night. Good afternoon, maybe. It's afternoon over here in the Netherlands. There's a hair. Why is there a hair? A little bit of fluff. It's evening for you? Nice. Luckily, I covered all my bases, right? Morning, evening, afternoon, night. I was always gonna be correct. I'm gonna be a little careful here that I don't spill the black paint on any of the details I've already painted. You're currently testing your skills on a Blade Guard veteran. Ooh. No more Imperial Fist? Or maybe you're making an Imperial Fist. Blade Guard, I don't know what they are. Base coating this will probably be the trickiest part for today. Everything else, pretty straightforward. It's one of the Space Marine guys with the sword and shield. Ah, okay. I'm more of a Chaos Space Marine kind of guy. Apparently. Don't tell the Inquisition. I'll just paint over these two. I already had base coated those last time around, but it's just gonna make everything trickier for now. I need to get the silver out anyways. You can recommend painting them, the model is amazing. Can you link one of them maybe? I don't recognize them from the name. What's going on, Bine? How's the new cat behaving, dude? I hope it is behaving at least somewhat like a cat. Beinster got a new kitten. Yesterday, I think. It's behaving like a demon. Make sure to raise it well, dude. He's gonna destroy your new home. Ba, 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 ba. What's its name, by the way? I don't know if I've heard the name of the kitten. You don't have any toys for your new kitten? What? That's crazy. Oh, here's what you're talking about, the Blade Guard veterans. Let me see. Oh, those are cool with the fancy shields. I've seen those. Nice. Yeah, those are pretty sick, Blade. I was trying to picture what the shields would look like. Couldn't come up with anything, but yeah. I do recognize those. Those are cool. Okay. Not sure what that part even is supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be a part of the armor on the backpack. Yeah, it is. We can keep that green. It's good on sweet. It's good on shiny. I think I'm gonna try and glaze towards like a darker tip of the horn with some wildwood contrast. I was thinking about using it with, or doing it with regular paints, but I think the wildwoods are kind of nice. Wildwood is kind of chill. I will dilute it a bunch though, because it's a pretty strong paint. We'll wait for that base coat on the weapon casing to dry. I'll do like a 1-to-1 mix of wildwood to medium. Okay, let's see. So we gotta try and give this the blendy blends. That did not work at all. That was really bad. I'll try and wipe all of it off. No, we'll do it with regular acrylic paints instead. Yeah, dude, taking your time and improving your painting skills is 100% the way to go, I think. Way more fun that way. I know a lot of folks disagree though. But painting is very good. I'll go over the entire horn, but I'll stay out of the recesses where we just got the shade done. So I'll try to use the brush mostly flat. So we stay out of the little crevices for the most part. Okay. I'm new to the hobby and I just picked up my first model, Fugan. Ooh, that's a pretty ambitious one for a first model, isn't it? I have never painted an Eldar before, but they do look really cool. As long as it excites you, dude. If you need any tips, feel free to ask away. I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but it's really fun to paint. We'll use some regular good old paints. Yeah. We'll shade it, or we'll blend it up rather, with some thin glazes towards the tip. Yeah, I love the sassy little nurgling on the base. I'm honestly pretty happy with how this mini has turned out overall. I like most of the parts. Nothing really that I'm looking at. Well, obviously the casing over here is still unfinished, but nothing really that I'm looking at that I'm like disappointed myself with, I guess. I feel like this has not even been that like slow of a... I feel like overall this has all been going pretty quick. Hey, Cult of Paint! Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I am finishing up a Death Guard Plague Marine Champion, which I started painting, I think about 2 weeks ago. We still have to do the horn and then the weapon casing. For my standards, this has been a pretty quick paint job, but it is by no means, I don't think anybody would categorize this as a fast paint job, but it's been a lot of fun. So I'm trying to work towards a darker tip of the horn. So I'm doing a little bit of glazing all the way around. Get a little bit of a transition going. And later today, after finishing this mini, I'm gonna do some gaming. So I just went live actually. I'll be here for like another 7 hours. Maybe 8. I'll be here for a while. Okay. We can go a bit darker than this, for sure. Yeah. I'll mix in a little bit of Mornfang Brown as well, just to go slightly darker. Maybe even go up to like a black almost near the very tip. We'll see. For the weapon casing, I think I want to do a quick little second coat, even though it's black. May as well. It's a very quiet raid. Don't be shy, raiders. I know Twitch chat is intimidating though. Am I gonna be here for the next 48 hours? No, that goes a bit far. Let's do the strap over here too. That also needs a little bit of a base coat. My stream shouldn't be set to follower only. I don't think so. You're on the 5th commercial? Oh, dang. It's a lot of commercials. Okay. This is one of the last base coats we need to go ahead and do. I guess this little part over here is probably metallic. I need to get a little bit of silver onto my palette in a moment. Let's see. Gotta be very careful here that I don't accidentally hit any of the parts that I have already painted. Have I gotten around to playing the actual game? Like, the tabletop? I have never once played the Warhammer tabletop. I'm afraid. I also have very little interest in army painting, though. I feel like army painting is not my thing at all. I've never done it before, but I would be the world's slowest army painter in the world. Like, this mini has been a fast paint job, and it's been like 2 weeks. It's, I'm never gonna finish an army, dude. I mean, I could obviously paint faster. But I like mini painting mostly for the art form, not so much for the gaming. Yeah, I do have a whole lot of Tyranids that I painted, that's true. I mean, I also haven't painted, you know, every day. Just a little bit here and there. But yeah, I'm not too interested in playing the tabletop. I don't know why. It's, I've watched people play it. It didn't really excite me too much. Rhinox height, man. Pretty good coverage. Pretty much a one coat. I think we can just mix in a tiny little bit of a brighter brown. Call it a day. I like to watch the Aboli. No, I didn't even like to watch. Watching seemed kind of boring too. Maybe at some point I'll give it a shot now. Hey, thank you, Darkstar. I've been trying. I've been painting this guy for a little bit. It's coming along nicely. This is my first ever Death Guard mini that I've painted. Very fun mini. I love the little Nurglings. There's 2 of them on this one. I wouldn't have minded 5. Okay, good enough. What's going on, foe? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'll go for a slightly brighter brown on the little pouch here hanging off of the side. I mean, these are all pretty... I mean, they're interesting details, I guess, but I feel like every Warhammer mini has to have like a pouch on his back somehow. I feel like I've seen this exact same pouch on several other minis. I'll keep painting these. Oh, I got a little bit on the weapon there. I'll keep painting these pretty simply, I think. Just a basic base coat, wash, highlight. It'll do the trick. I'm finally going to play Expedition 33. I think so, yeah. I'm gonna play some of it today. I hope it's gonna be good, dude. Okay. Oh, I like turn-based. I don't mind turn-based at all. I think turn-based is cool. Okay, let's do some shading towards the tip of the horn. But I mean just like the tip. Just a little bit. Make it a bit more dark. Trying to keep my brush around the same height here. Ultimately though, this is it's a natural product, right? It's supposed to be a horn of some kind. I don't think we have to be too specific. How dark do we want to make it? I could keep going with the dark shade. I could even mix in a little tiny bit of black towards the very tip. I'll try and blend a little bit as well in the opposite direction. Tidy up the base a little bit. Okay. Now make one that's 5 feet tall. He's only got 2 feet, dude. Making a death guard with 5 feet be crazy. How many feet does a person need? What's going on, Demir? Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of paint if I make one that's really tall. Or one that has a lot of feet. Okay. I'll mix this, no, actually I don't really need to mix anything. I'll just do a little tiny edge highlight here for, I missed this little section over here. Little tiny edge highlight across this chord, and we should be good. You're painting while you're watching me paint? Nice. Using the edge of the brush to go around this little section. Little bit of highlighting onto the strap. Gotta make sure my brush has a nice point though. It's starting to split a little bit. Is it user error or is it brush lifespan? Well, we can twirl it. Okay, should be good. Let me play a little bit more music. There we go. What is going on, Degno? Since Loco can't make mistakes, it's gotta be the equipment. I don't know if that is true, good sir, but I like what you're saying. So I will fully agree with you. I'm gonna play a little bit of Expedition 33 today, which I heard takes place in France, Cilio. Or Degno, rather. Well, Cilio too. But I believe Degno is from France. I don't know about Cilio. Omelette du fromage. Well, we can tell you're French for sure, dude. There's nothing incorrect about that statement whatsoever. Le fish au chocolat. Okay, well. You live in Paris? Ooh. I've been told that people from Paris are jerks. Now, that's what I've been told, Degno. You represent the entirety of Paris. Are you a jerk? No pressure, no pressure. Sacre bleu. I've been to Paris twice actually in my life. Maybe 3 times, I don't know. I really like going to Paris, it's fun. Using a little bit of wildwood contrast, which I had on my palette, to shade the pouch. We can flood it a little bit, should be good. I'll try to use a little bit of it as well to shade the bottom. You represent the city, yeah. I'd say it's a busy town where everything is expensive. Public transit every day is tough. People don't have the patience. I think that goes for every city. I don't think that's a uniquely Parisian thing. Grubby has the same issue. Yeah, it's weird. For some reason, my stream seems to be limited to 720p in certain areas, despite the fact that I'm streaming at 1440p. I don't understand why. I think it's a Twitch-related bug that they haven't yet fixed. I don't really know if there's anything I can do. I haven't yet reached out to Twitch customer support for it. Or partner support, I guess. Which I could definitely go ahead and do. I'm just assuming that it's gonna go away on its own. What's really weird about it though is that it seems to be a region locked. So like for loads of viewers, there is the 1440p option. But then for some folks, apparently there is not. And I can't figure out the logic behind any of it. So I think it's probably just like a server-related problem on Twitch's end. Yeah, I think it's, I mean, I haven't changed anything on my settings. I've had the same settings on Twitch for a long time, so. You watch other channels? Wait, what? You guys watch other streams? Treason it is then. Imagine watching other streams. That's crazy. Okay, let's do a little bit of highlighting on the gun casing that is, and I'll do some of the metallic details. I'll just have to do a couple different shades of gray. I don't think we need like 50 shades of gray. I think more like 2 or 3 will probably do. Sorry to disappoint the 50 Shades fan out there. See, this is what people talk about, Degno, when they talk about Parisians. Ay, ay, ay. You know what's OP about France? French bakeries. French bakeries? Ooh, yes, dude. French bakeries are OP as hell. A little bit of edge highlighting. Do you guys peel your croissant before you eat it? What? This is an actual Reddit thread? I like to eat my croissants in one bite. Like the whole thing. Same way as I eat bananas. Click it, Loco, it's extremely cursed. Okay, let me highlight this first and then I'll click it. I gotta try and go all the way around, okay? We have some highlighting to do first. When I start edging, I can't stop edging. I gotta finish one entire pass first. Don't judge. You're into mini painting too, Memoria? I had no idea. That's awesome. Love to hear it. Okay. No, we'll make the little fly symbol and some of the details on the weapon in like metallics. So we'll mix it up a little bit. Okay, let's see about peeling croissants. I don't know if I need this in my life. /r/ oh my lord. Do you guys peel your croissant before eating it? /r/teenagers. This has got to be a terrible subreddit. I went on a date with a guy dressed like this. Is it a green or a red flag? He's wearing an autism shirt. Interesting shirt for a date, I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? Ambitious. At least he's making sure you are well aware. Maybe he's colorblind? Just because he's autistic doesn't mean he's colorblind, Diaboli. That's not how that works. But you could be colorblind and autistic at the same time though. Life's beautiful. I'm gonna go for a little bit of Dawnstone, which is a slightly brighter gray. I could just mix in white, but I'm lazy. And I like consistency. And I like Dawnstone. Especially on the upwards facing sections. I'm gonna try and keep this within the previous highlight step. So it needs to be very thin. I definitely also want to add a little bit of it to the whatever these parts are. A couple of interesting little details here. I'll tidy that up with some more of the black in a moment. It's easier to overspill now and then tidy up than to do it perfectly right away, I think. Copium? No, I do think it's easier. I think we can go even brighter than this. Too much on my brush there. I licked it off. Let's go. Yeah, Lauren likes the mini painting. We'll do like one step brighter. And maybe some tiny white dots. Lauren does like the mini painting. She's always liked it. /r/girls miring. Is that more or less cringe than /r/teenagers? Which one's? Using it all around the edges here. Oh, that's bad. Dude, I have recently discovered that if you're fast enough when you fuck up with mini painting, you can lick it off. It's it's really messed up, but it's actually so effective. Wiping it with your finger is not easy, dude. You can just eat the paint instead. Very effective strat. Yeah, you can lick the happy accidents. I'm glad you guys are so supportive. Okay. Camera. There we go. It's getting there, right? We're almost there. Hey, Amarantius. Thank you so much. Welcome back. 59 months. Woo, long time. 59, that is almost 69. That's funny because it's the funny number. No? Sorry. Haha, Loco, you so funny. All right, let's make them a little bit, let's paint in the little metallic details. There's a couple of little metallic details over here that I would like to tidy up, which I think is one of the absolute last things we need to go out and do on this mini. Like, we're getting real close now. Okay. Trying to just follow the little outline shapes. Painting my numbers here. It's way too freaking shiny, but no, they're chilling on shelves, Demir. I think it's smoke coming out of the bowl thingamajig, Degno. I may have to emphasize it a little bit more though. Because Lauren was also wondering if I had already painted that part. Which I have! But I think we need to maybe emphasize the shadows a little bit more. Maybe it's a bit too white. You can't say that in 2025? What did I say? Did I say it's too white? Oh, yikes. People have called me that before on stream, dude. This doesn't really happen much anymore these days. It was quite common though for people to like, I'm talking like 5-10 years ago when I first started streaming. People would join my stream and be like, ha ha ha, this guy's so white. I never knew what to do with that. I was like, yes, that is, you know, that is indeed the color of my skin. Yeah, I mean, I'm not joking. This has happened dozens of times. This wasn't even an uncommon thing. Thank you, Venzi. Not gonna NGL. I love that. SMH my head. Not gonna NGL is so cursed. I want a little bit of we'll use some Basilicanum Gray, I guess. This is gonna take the shine way away. This is what I use to shade the other metallics. So this is some Basilicanum Gray contrast, which is pretty nice for creating like ugly metallics, if that's your goal. No, we want some nice aged looking metallics, right? I don't know how long this guy's been fighting for, but in the Warhammer world it could be 10,000 years. You just bought some Plague Marines? Nice. It's gonna be your 4th army? Dang. It's a lot of armies. I don't personally paint armies, I just have a couple of one-off minis that I really like. These layers are so thin that the paint is pretty much dry immediately. So I'm already doing the edge highlighting. Okay. You're getting an Orc Commando kill team delivered today? Ooh. Orc skin is very fun. I may want to add a couple of scratches onto the casing. I feel like the casing here on the weapon is a bit too clean. Not too many, just a few. Tiny little dot. And I think I'll pick them out with a little tiny bit of a brighter color. We'll mix in a tiny bit of white. Very tricky to see on camera, I think. Maybe that's too close. Yeah. I'll add a little bit of rust as well to the metallic details. So just a very diluted Mornfang brown onto some of these little parts here. Because it's all looking a little too clean. Did I actually get freaking black paint onto the barrel? Dang, dude, this loco from the past guy. It's okay, it's okay. Okay. Is that done? Well, I think we can still highlight the little pouch a little bit. I'll mix a tiny little bit of white into the base coat color. Create like a little bit of a reddish brown. I mean, there's not that many edges here to follow, but pick out some of these tiny details. Oh, also actually, there's these little metallic clips that I meant to paint, but I didn't yet. Hey, nice. Fixing your internet is nice. Having unstable internet is not, dude. I think we can mix in a little bit more white into the Mornfang, just for some brighter spots on the little pouch. Okay. I think that's maybe the entirety of the back of the miniature done. Just want to try and do a little bit of a tiny wash, like almost like a line shade. Going around that little section. Separate it a little bit more, but this is just some Agrax Earthshade diluted down a little bit, so just to make things a little bit more messy, a little bit more muddy. Okay, now we just need to pick out some of the details on the horn. I would like to glaze or tidy up the glaze a tiny little bit more, because I'm not really loving some of the transitions here. A little too messy for my liking, but Just to tidy up the gradient. Should be good. I do have hair. Sorry, did I get in the frame? I think I'll do an all-over coat with some Agrex on this too. Just gonna shade the whole thing down a bit more. And then we can add some highlights to the horn and we should be good. One of the little things that I do still want to adjust is the smoke coming out of the whatever it is. We'll run a little bit more of the apothecary white into some of the recessed details. Gotta shade the smoke, which is a bit cursed. How do you shade smoke? Well, turns out a pale blue is pretty good at it. Yeah, Death Guard Marines are all about smoking. That's what they do, Zeke. They blaze it. That's why they go to the warp, I think. Don't know if that's canon, but maybe the warp is basically like Amsterdam, you know? You can do whatever you like over there. Okay. All we need to do is add some highlights, I think, to the horn, and it's GG. Do you guys see anything that still needs to be tidied up? No, I think it's good. I probably want to varnish it though. I think it's a little too glossy for my liking at the moment, but we can fix that with a little bit of a varnish going all the way around. Yeah, so all I still really want to do is add some highlights here on the horn. I'll use some of the original base coat color for it, which should be quite a bit brighter now after all the shading. Don't like that. Don't like that. It's a bit difficult to see all of the little recessed parts here. Lick the mistake away. Keep licking, dude. What's going on, Rocky? No, it's a different camera. Otherwise, I would have to change my setup every time I switch. How are you doing, strategist? You're early. Am I crazy? Isn't it super early for you? Okay. It's almost 8 a.m. Oh, never mind. It's not too early then. Not too crazy. The Americans are starting to wake up, chat. Soon they will be overwhelming you in the chat. If you need a final word out there, right now might just be the time. I'll mix in a tiny little bit of white into this color. Make it extra bright for the bottom part of the horns. Greetings from the USA. Good morning. Howdy, y'all. Is that how you guys say it? I think so, right? Especially on the East Coast. I do that, strategist. I'm a very inconsiderate person when it comes to notifications, I'm afraid. I think that may be it, guys. I think that may be GG. Yeah, maybe one more all over shade to like soften the transition a little bit on the horn. We'll do one more shade. Because I think it's a little too dark, or a little too bright still. Gonna go pure Agrex all over. It can be quite dark towards the tip. Which is also what, no, hold up. No. Inappropriate. Hell yeah, chat. I think that is this mini done. I want to varnish it. And then maybe add like a little tiny bit more of the Nurgle's rot and maybe a little bit more blood onto the tip. Gonna add a little bit of Agrax here onto the plants on the base. Mostly just to try and get them a little bit of, I don't know. I don't like having unpainted parts. Varnishing though I will have to do with the airbrush. It's pretty quick. Just gotta make sure that we get it onto the camera somehow, because it's it's a bit tricky. Okay, let me see. So I gotta let me move this out of the way. And I'll zoom out a little bit. There we go. Let me just go ahead and hit this real quick with the blow dryer. Yeah, it's looking good. I'm very happy with it. Gonna hit it with the blow dryer, make sure it's fully dry, and then we'll use the airbrush. Step one of using the blow dryer, plug it in. I forgot step one. Okay. It's getting there. We need to make sure that we use the most beautiful background imaginable for airbrushing. Everybody's a huge fan of this. A rare appearance will be made on stream once more by the cardboard box. Hell yeah. Cardboard box fans, where you at? Holy shit, there it is. I know many of you love this box very much. You hold it dear in your hearts, which I do appreciate. All right, we got the magical device. Look at this shit, chat. Bam, bam, bam. Now, we do need to make sure that we shake the shit out of the thing, because varnish tends to, I don't know, mess things up. And I'm always a little bit careful. I'm always a little bit scared. So I'm gonna do a mix of these two. So we have a glossy varnish and an ultra matte varnish. I think the ultra matte is too matte. So we'll do like, gotta shake it. Luckily for me, I've been practicing this motion for many years. I'm doing it off camera though, just to make sure that we don't get any weird photoshops. Anyway, the ultra matte is really good, but it's a little too matte, I think, when you have a lot of metallics all over the mini. So I think we'll do like a, I don't know, maybe like 8 drops of the ultra matte, 2 drops of the gloss. Yeah, I would like just matte. Like ultra matte, I mean, I don't know what I expected, but ultra matte is ultra matte. I know, who would have guessed? I'll do a little bit of thinner as well. We'll do like 3 drops of thinner. There we go. I think I'll do like 8 drops of the ultra matte. That was 7, I think. Plenty. Yeah, AK Ultra Matte is awesome. I'm gonna mix in a little bit of the Ultra Gloss as well, though. Just because it's a little too... There we go. Just a tiny little bit. And we're gonna mix it up. We can do a magical mixing method though, chat. This is a secret. Okay, so we pinch the needle at the front, so nothing can come out. Then we let it bubble. And the bubbling will mix most of it through. Okay, very secret. Nobody knows about this. Okay. We'll let it dry for a little bit. Now we'll run a little bit of cleaner through this stuff. A little bit of water first. It's a secret technique, Mueller. How matte are my fingertips? Ah, it'll be okay. We can wash that off. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Maybe you'll die. There's no way to know, Melderfrost. Okay, and I have a little bit of cleaner too. Same idea with the cleaner. I'll just do a little tiny bit of it. Little tiny bit of cleaner. There we go. We can use that next time around if we need it. This does mean though that I can move the box away again, guys. Sad moment for the box lovers in the chat. I apologize, but I hope you enjoyed it. I should rinse it with water. Nah, it's okay. It's fine. All right. Let me get my beautiful background paper back. It is looking pretty darn good, chat. Yeah. I can't really complain. I'm actually very happy with how all of this has turned out. I've been painting for a little over a year, Caleb. Miniatures, that is. I used to paint other stuff, but now it's all minis. I am gonna just add a little bit more of the shiny colors back. We'll add a little bit more of these two, the Nurgle's Rot and the Blood for the Blood God. We're gonna spread a little bit of decay. Just a little bit. This paint is very shiny. So I think it's kind of nice to dip a little bit more onto it, just to make it look like real blood. It's even a little bit gloopy, actually. It's kind of gross. But I kind of like it for the, like, I'm not diluting this at all now. Kind of like it for the final touch. A little bit of blood on the tip. And I will add a little bit of it as well to the gut on the little guy up here. Because his guts are hanging out of his body. We don't really need any of it over there, I don't think. Nah, that'll do. Yeah, I think this like ratio of like, what was it? Like 2 drops of gloss and then like 7, 8 drops of the matte varnish. I think that's about right. Nah, it'll be okay like this. Yeah, I could paint with gloss varnish too, and I guess it would sort out the same problem. I have a little bit of the Nurgle's rot as well, that I mostly want to add like onto the base, I think, actually. So this is a very shiny puke type of color. You want to create little puddles of grossness. Add a little bit of it as well to the plants. I don't know where this grossness is coming from. But I guess our little guy over here may be having something to do with it. And I think everything else is pretty much good. We don't even really need to paint the rim. The rim is already looking pretty good. I could do a second coat though on the outside. Maybe it's even like a third coat actually. Yeah, I think I will. Just for good measure. There's a little bit of a touch up in some of these sections that would probably benefit from it. Okay, so all we have to do is the rim job to finish it off. I'll take a tiny bit more of the black. We'll go from there. Gonna go all the way around. Make sure the finish is all even. It's a tiny rim though. Just 32 millimeters across. I don't know what that means for the circumference, but you know what? Somebody can do the math if you want to, okay? That's some nerd shit. We don't do that over here. For the pie lovers in the chat, you can figure it out. Okay. And I think that is everything done. Yeah. The rim is still drying, but you can see what we are working with. I think that's the entire miniature GG'd. Very happy with how this thing has turned out across the board. Yeah. My favorite part of this mini is definitely the sassy nurgling at the front. That little guy is very funny. I love that he's wearing the helmet of the Death Guard guy. I'm not sure what the actual face of the Death Guard is doing, but I guess he no longer needs the helmet. Maybe I can add like a little tiny, I know I keep doing things, but I'm looking at the horns on the helmet of the little guy. And I don't know if I have done an edge highlight on that. And I have all my 50 Shades of Grey on the palette at the moment anyways. I think I have, but... Okay. Yeah, he's holding like a little orb. The little guy on the back, he's holding an orb that smoke is coming out of. I don't know how to better paint smoke than this. I added a little tiny bit of shading to it, but I don't want to make it too crazy. You could make it a fireball, I suppose. Yeah, you could also shade the smoke a little bit more aggressively. But I think the horn is looking pretty good as it is. The horn on the shoulder piece that we painted today. And the weapon casing of the thing over here. Of the bolter. I think it's also looking pretty good. I'm happy with how the cloak turned out. I think overall the red actually looks pretty good. Yeah. Across the board, I can't really complain too much about this mini. Am I already rubbing paint off? I think I may already be rubbing paint off of the rim. Maybe I should varnish it. Yeah, we'll separately varnish the rim as well. That'll be pure ultra matte. I think that's a good suggestion, Mueller. Create a nice matte rim. I will hit it with the blow dryer real quick now. Okay. I'll start at the feet of the little guy, so we can kind of remember where we began. If it's already dry when I get back to the other side again, probably not, huh? I diluted it a little bit with some water, as in my brush was still wet. Yeah, we wanted to blow into it a little bit, Diaboli. Okay. Now what I'll go ahead and do is take some beauty shots of it as well and post those on like Instagram or something. So if you want to see the final version of the mini, it'll be over there. But very pleased with how this has come along so far, guys. It's pretty neat. Oh, by the way, I haven't shown you guys this yet, but I started building another miniature yesterday. It is one part of a Mangler squig. I think that'll be what I paint next. I think that'll be a fun mini. I love this guy. It's very fun. Anyway. Yeah, I think the power armor turned out pretty good. I spent a lot of effort trying to get the power armor right. So the green and then the different bits of distress all over it. I'm not as pleased with the head. I think the head is okay, but it's really quite difficult to paint something that is that small. Like for reference, here's my thumb. All right, like the mini is, it's a very, very small head. But yeah. I think the armor looks good. I think the red cloak looks good. I think the little guy over here looks good. Little guy on the shoulder, I am not as fond of. Metallics look okay. I like the copper actually. The copper turned out pretty good. Yeah. GG, guys. Which one's nicer? So I recently finished another mini. This is the one right before this one. Which one do you like better? I personally like the orc better, I think. There's something about the orc that I really like. The reason I like the orc's face though is because it's way bigger. I actually haven't seen them side by side like this. The orc's head is way bigger. You think the Death Guard looks better? Yeah, the feet are also large. I love feet. You're absolutely... No, hold up. The sassy Nurgling is the goat though, I agree.